He's the bestie boy. We don't even know how young he is today. Happy birthday, Honorable, once again. I now call for the presenters of the next session on phasing down oil, coal, and gas in Southern Africa. This session will also be done successfully, and the deliberations will follow after all the presentations have been concluded. Up first, we have Ms. Molesha, Managing Director at Roebuck Energy and Infrastructure Advisory. Her presentation is titled Mapping the Challenges and Opportunities for Phasing Down Fossil Fuels. The session will focus on understanding the impact of oil, coal, and gas on climate change, economic impacts of phasing down oil, coal, and gas, and alternative energy sources for the Southern Africa. I would like now to kindly ask our presenter to take the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, colleagues and honorable members. The name is Jose Moleshe, as it was said earlier on. We're going to have a discussion today with respect to mapping challenges and opportunities to phase down oil, coal, and gas, particularly focusing on Southern Africa, I was told. But we can discuss any other region if there's a particular interest. So the presentation will focus on the impact of coal, oil, and gas on climate change, the status of coal, oil, and gas resources in Southern Africa, economic implications of phasing that down, as well as alternative sources. Now, with respect to the impact of the fossil fuels on climate change, scientists tell us that fossil fuels, when you burn fossil fuels, you release gases that then increase the temperatures on the atmosphere, and that has impact on climate change over time, which will result in a big impact in terms of resources, in terms of infrastructure, agriculture, and others, with respect to floods, droughts, food insecurity, water insecurity, and all of that. So countries decided through the Paris Agreement to look at interventions to mitigate this climate change. And this is where we are today. So the interventions relate to, the interventions relate to alternatives, meaning moving from high carbon to low carbon technologies and options. These will have significant economic impacts on many regions, particularly the regions that are resource, have a lot of resources like coal, oil, and gas. And we need it is a difficult balancing act, because as you know, if you are moving from a system where you already, say for instance, South Africa has got 80% coal in terms of its electricity sector. If you're going to transition from that, all of a sudden, it will not work, because you need to build new infrastructure to replace it. Chair, do we interact, or do I just go all the way and then Q&A? Okay. All right. So talking about coal in Southern Africa, we have South Africa as one of the key countries that has the biggest share in terms of resources, coal resources. Coal is exported and is used in the power generation system as well as industry. A biggest challenge with respect to replacing coal will be, in my view, in the industrial sector, because if you're making steel, you need carbon. If you're making in the chemicals industry, you need carbon. You need heat from using of coal in the cement and paper making processes. So the difficulty that we face is especially South Africa, not only South Africa, there are other countries in the region, like Mozambique, produces a lot of coal, which they export. You have Zimbabwe, it has a lot of coal, and Botswana. Zambia as well may not be maybe the top 5, but Zambia also has a lot of coal. The Mamba coal-fired power plant, a project I happen to work on in that region, also uses coal. In terms of crude oil, the African continent has got large reserves, about 125 billion barrels. 85% of those are just based on 5 countries in the region, which is Nigeria, Libya, Algeria, Angola, and Egypt. The African production in 2020 was about 6.9 million barrels per day, which is 7.8% of global production. And now we all know that in Southern Africa, to be specific, Angola is a leading country in terms of the reserves that they have and the production that they have, and they generally export to international markets. There's no regional intertrade per se with respect to that. Also, South Africa used to have a lot of refinery infrastructure. We had a gas to liquid infrastructure somewhere in Mossel Bay, which was a huge resource with respect to saving South Africa, firstly from importing foreign exchange, from importing petroleum products or crude oil. But that facility has been closed because it's run out of gas. Closed, not completely closed, but it's not refining. Then you have another refinery that was in the Durban area that's also has been closed. We know that Shell is leaving the downstream market in South Africa. So what is happening now is that most of South Africa is importing, is a net importer of petroleum products with relatively little infrastructure when it comes to refineries. Why was that the case? The case is that we had regulations that were introducing more stringent measures in terms of the emissions. And the oil companies did not want to invest more on the capital infrastructure, especially if there's no mechanisms in terms of how they get paid back. Because if you retrofit a refinery and you put in new measures to make sure that you don't pollute more, you don't make more money out of that. It's a capital expenditure, but it's not necessarily gives you back money. So South Africa is important with respect to this, because also in the region, we send out petroleum products to some of the countries within Southern Africa. Chair, how much time do I have?
10 more minutes.
Okay. The natural gas resources. In terms of natural gas resources, the African gas reserves are about 620 cubic feet and 7% of global reserves. So that's significant. And the African gas reserves are dominated by Algeria and Egypt, Nigeria, and Mozambique in the southern part, which is what we're interested in. The southern African production, there are the numbers with respect to Angola, Mozambique, 5.2 million tons per annum, and then Mozambique, 3.5. There are discoveries and projects that are underway, which we'll talk to shortly. Mozambique has got a lot of projects that are in the pipeline. Namibia has got significant discoveries. Shell, Mobil, and all these big multilateral companies are busy in Namibia. South Africa has got discoveries and a potential, but there are challenges there with respect to environmental issues I'll talk to shortly. Africa's gas exports, Angola in particular exports a lot of gas to the European Union, about 60% of their resources. Now, getting back to the details, depending on how much time we have, I just mentioned now Angola in terms of the dominance with respect to the gas sector. Mozambique is another big player that gas is likely to be a game changer for Mozambique. It's got the largest gas fields in Southern Africa. You would know that currently Mozambique exports through a pipeline from the Panda and Gua gas fields in Mozambique to Sasol. And almost 90% of the gas that we have in South Africa comes from that. However, we're running out of that gas. 2028, they will be running out. And it services your Sasol, which is the petrochemicals industry. So you can imagine the ripple effects of not having that gas in the market that will have over a period of time. There are other recoverable reserves that Mozambique is looking at, but they are looking at the export market in the main. Why do they look at the export market and not the region? That's because we require infrastructure to be able to have a significant market. The second thing is that there has to be anchor customers, significant anchor customers that will take that power. So what kind of anchor customers do we have potentially in South Africa? We've got Sasol, as I mentioned, running out of that gas. Then we've got industries like the cement, glass, that use directly gas. And then we have also, in terms of that market, potential conversion of what we have now is open cycle gas turbines, which use heavy fuel or diesel. That could be converted into gas and you would have less emissions. So that's one of the potential anchor customers. However, these are, as you will imagine, as Sasol is on the other side of the country, and Mossel Bay has run out of gas. That's also on the other in the western part of the country. And so that infrastructure is a catch-22 situation. Do you build infrastructure first without having the gas? Do you build gas first without having the anchor customers? So that's the dilemma that is there. At the same time, there's the imperative from a climate change point of view that says, do not use fossil fuels. So it's kind of a lot of challenges that we're looking at there. Namibia has advanced quite a bit relative to South Africa in terms of also their gas discoveries. They've got a lot of companies working there, and they're working a lot in terms of the policies to be an enabler for the development of those gas fields. I think I already mentioned South Africa to a lot. There's also, Zimbabwe, Zambia, Botswana, the countries that have got coal, they can convert, they can have what you call coal bed methane. That is, methane will be coming from those mining projects. There's a lot of potential in the region, and there's a lot of potential collaboration. However, a lot of things need to happen. Policy first, infrastructure second, third, the anchor customers that need to be there. And one of the biggest advantages, I don't know if I mentioned it, from having a gas that's indigenous to the country point of view, is the fact that you save on foreign exchange. Remember that you import petroleum products and there's price fluctuations in the international market. But when you have the gas indigenous to the country, it's rand-based, or it's based on the currency in Mozambique, and so on. So that's one of the biggest challenges when you are now replacing, when you are not exploiting the opportunities you have with that. Another issue, South Africa has got what you called, what people refer to as fracking at some point, where you have gas resources there in Northern Cape, and which we have not explored those properly. But guess what? The United States of America used to be a net importer of gas, of oil, and they're now sending resources to Europe, gas to Europe. How did they do it? The United States used the very same technology that we in South Africa said, from an environmental point of view, we are not going to have, it's dangerous and all of that. And they, together, their resources, together with what you have in Canada, are now a net exporter and very self-sufficient, and they've reduced to an extent the carbon that they're putting in the atmosphere, because gas has got relatively less carbon than you have with crude oil. But it's not good enough for us as Africans. I'm not sure why. What are the economic impacts of decarbonization? So the long-term viability of the infrastructure that you have when you replace it. I'll make an example again with Mossel Bay, where you had the gas to liquid facility, and a whole town was existing on the basis of the availability of that gas and other ripple effect. Now, when you don't have that gas, or when you don't use that gas, that means that infrastructure, you have to replace it. What do you replace it with? If you think about it, renewable energy is one of the potential technologies. But can renewable energy produce petroleum products? No. You can use it in the electricity sector successfully, and it has its advantages, which include advantages of reducing of emissions. However, the technology is intermittent. You don't have it all the time. Sometimes the sun doesn't shine, you don't have it. What do you do when the sun doesn't shine? You have to back it up with flexible capacity. Right now, what are we backing it up with in South Africa? We are backing it up with diesel. That's interesting. So the combination of the two, it cannot go on its own, you know. So and you have, as I said, a constraint with respect to the other sectors with our petroleum products, where you cannot use renewable energy in that market. The challenges of access. Okay, so the climate finance issues mean that it's countries that have the finances will say to a country, we will only fund the resources that are renewable energy or clean energy. We're not going to fund coal. We're not going to fund gas. We're not going to fund all of that. So that's one of the challenges that you're going to face. What do you do? Luckily, I would say luckily, for now, gas is still seen as a transitional fuel, and there is still some appetite in the market. But for coal-fired power plants, there is no appetite whatsoever. There are 2 projects that failed here in South Africa because of access to funding. Viability of I mentioned earlier on renewable energy. Yes, it's a viable option. Yes, we're working on it. but it's got its own limitations and therefore threatens the security of supply as a country if you only want to rely on that. Of course, there's nuclear, which nuclear does not produce any carbon dioxide. It's as clean as the renewable energy. In South Africa, we've had nuclear since the 1980s with a Quebec power plant that is based in the Western Cape. And that power plant has been giving us the least cost in terms of the price of electricity in the market. However, I should note that the capital costs of new infrastructure, of course, would be exorbitant. And then the potential loss of jobs in the mining environment. Think about it. People say you can use renewable energy and you can reskill. But if you think about the value chain in the coal mining, you've got mining, and then you've got logistics, and then you've got the power generation itself, and then the consumption in industries. That you don't replace with renewable energy. If you look at renewable energy projects, there's a lot of jobs during construction, but post-construction, you can manage a wind project from Germany with technology. You don't need a lot of resources. So that is the potential challenge. I think I mentioned those other ones. Sorry, where are we? Okay, yeah, move to the next. Sorry, I'm moving my own thing here. Okay, so some of the additional economic issues would be from a decarbonization point of view, energy prices. Some people say that renewable energy projects will be relatively lower in terms of costs. It is true, but you need to look at the full cost, right? So when you have a renewable energy project, they've gone down from being relatively expensive. But what is happening is that you will have the projects are supposed to be located where the resources is greater. So if you have a solar project in South Africa, the most optimal place to have it is in the Northern Cape where the resource is best. So you can get a lot more out of it. But the infrastructure is in Mpumalanga, where you have all those coal-fired power plants concentrated in that area. That therefore means that when you build new renewable energy projects, you have to build in transmission infrastructure to support them. And that cost is typically not included. What happens when you do a new build project? A new build project means that then customers will have to be charged for the new capital infrastructure. So it's something that needs to be looked at to say, are the costs calculated in the way that they are? Also, I mentioned that you have to back it up with something. The cost of backup, flexible capacity should be added to that. So it's a different mechanisms within which you look at. But I think, and I suspect, if you have infrastructure and you can't use it anymore, and you replace it with new infrastructure, that should tell you that from a cost point of view, it's going to cost you. Carbon tax. Okay, the other challenge that we have, though, if we don't move or away from these fossil fuels, let me know when the time, from these fossil fuels, that Europe has a tax that they are going to levy on competitors that come from different countries, because their products are based on the use of coal, which coal or gas or fossil fuels in general. They then will levy a price, because what the countries, the other industrial users in Europe are saying is that if you ask us to reduce carbon, and we do, it's going to cost us. So if a country comes in and they bring in their technology, you must match. So you must levy a tax on them so that they're more competitive. And that's what is happening right now. They've introduced that, and that is threatening our products and our competitiveness in terms of competing and sending our products internationally. So we can't really ignore these challenges. Right. Am I not repeating myself? I think we can maybe pass that one. People can just read. Okay. And the next slide, economic impact of decarbonization. What are the opportunities? The opportunities will be obviously to replace coal with renewable energy. And I think I've touched on what the pros and cons of that are. But because coal is not, we're not able to fund it right now, there's a challenge. I know that China used to have an appetite for funding coal, but they've also now since stopped. They'll fund the coal in their country, not anywhere else. So then renewable energy becomes a resource to consider, and then also particularly from the fact that you have less carbon. So the other advantages from a coal point of view is new jobs. I did allude to, however, that the jobs may not be as rich as the others, but it is still a positive. Another positive element is innovation. Innovation in terms of getting our own technologies, new technologies. However, I would caution to say that, remember, the technology is imported. It's imported from countries, from other countries. And to compete with China or to compete with Germany, to do your own localization, we'll need to take something really special to do that. What happens is that in the market, you have, let's say, wind as an example. You have major operations. Oh, sorry, it's the interpretation. You have major OEMs, which is original equipment manufacturers. And these are concentrated in particular countries. They don't like to outsource their technologies to other people. So you basically have a closed market where it's very difficult to say we will manufacture internally. I think South Africa, because of the load shedding in the recent past, has been importing a lot of solar PV technology, but you will notice that it's importing. If it happens in South Africa, it's really just putting together something that has been imported. That's because economies of scale are critical. And so, yes, it is an opportunity, but there's still other issues that need to be taken into account. Access to climate change finance, there's lots of money that's available if you're going the renewable energy route. There are many countries that have got special funds. You would know that there's the money that was promised by the Europeans to South Africa to transition to a low carbon economy. So there you have a lot of advantages. So I think that with the fact that there's still funds that are available from a gas point of view, you could still look at retrofitting. For instance, in South Africa, you have the coal-fired power plants that are reaching end of their life. There is some extension, but at some point, you're going to run out of using them. So you have the opportunity to use the existing infrastructure to retrofit and get gas. But you have to still deal with the gas question. You have to deal with the infrastructure question. So those are some of the areas. Gas could play the advantages, opportunities could play a significant role. The thing is with gas is that not only is it cleaner in terms of fossil fuel, in terms of impact on climate change, but you can use it in various industries. You can use it in industry directly for heating or other purposes. You can use it in the transport sector. One of the things that we never talk about when we talk about environmental challenges and impact on environment, we always talk about electricity. It's the easier thing to talk about. But there's the transport sector. What are the options for replacing in the transport sector? People talk about EVs, electric vehicles. I don't know if we are really close to being there in terms of the technology, and also still requiring the very same electricity sector to power those EVs. For me, I think that's a constraint. But with gas, you could potentially power the transport sector successfully. That's the advantage. And then I mentioned the flexibility with respect to the electricity sector, and then multiple uses that you can have. The petrochemicals industry, we know that Sasol changed from coal and replaced it with gas, but we are running out of that gas. So, but it is an opportunity, because again, you would now be getting liquid fuels and not importing them, but getting them indigenously. I mentioned America earlier on, having really made a significant net exporter due to gas resources that they've monetized. However, I would still caution here. We have, in the African continent, we have significant gas resources in Angola, but we tend to build the infrastructure for export, possibly because the market is relatively small. So we need to be thinking about how do we make sure that we've got a significant market that integrates regionally so that we can exploit these resources. You find that in Nigeria, there's a lot of oil, but if you look at the mix in the resource, it's biofuels. In fact, almost everywhere in the African continent, electrification is low, and you have biofuels in the mix as the biggest source of electricity, of energy, even when you have resources like gas, because we just target the export market and then don't concentrate on building the infrastructure in the region, where we could work as a collective to integrate the infrastructure if we really thought thoroughly about this thing. At some point, there was a SADC, or Southern African Gas Master Plan, that was developed. Most of the information also is available there, but I don't know what's the progress with respect to that, So we need to really think about, from a policy point of view, firstly, what do we want? How do we mitigate these things? Because the alternative is that you get people coming from outside of the African continent telling you what to do, because you don't have your own strategies and own policies. Crude oil and petroleum products, I think I spoke to this quite a bit, that the transport sector is heavily dependent on crude oil and petroleum products from outside of the country, and we pay a lot with respect to foreign exchange importing these. And interestingly enough, include the countries like Angola, Nigeria, that have a lot of resources, are also net importers. We are the only continent in the world that is both a net exporter and a net importer of petroleum products. So finding alternative, I mentioned, such as electric vehicles, will take some time, but will benefit the environment theoretically. We have the challenge that we have is that we have, for instance, South Africa manufactures motor vehicles for the European market, right? And the European market is changing, and they're changing to electric vehicles, not as quickly as they would like us to believe, but they are. So if the big chunk of our market is international, how do we deal? And I think that's a policy issue. How do we deal with the fact that we have a market there that is expecting you to transition, and yet in your country you are not ready in every way possible? What do we do with those kind of things? I think those are the policy issues that we make. I'm rushing. I think I'll rush quickly through this so that we can have time for Q&A. Yeah. Okay. Just to conclude, I think one of the opportunities I didn't mention, or I forgot to include in the is that we have resources like lithium, cobalt, that are likely to be an opportunity for us as African countries into the market of renewable energy, as well as battery energy storage system, will be based on those resources. So I think that one of the critical policy issues we should be considering is how do we move forward with respect to that? Because countries internationally have got a policy already that don't have the resources. They've got policies already on how do they deal with Southern Africa that has the resources. How do they deal with Mozambique? They come in with funds or grants to say you need to develop this sector. They already have their own policies and we'd like to blame them. But I think we should consider the fact that we ourselves don't have a position on these issues. And should we really be blaming others, or should we be putting shoulder against the wheel and working on making sure that we have considered all of these things and the impact they have and having a strategy? If they happen to come together, that's good, but we should have our own views. In conclusion, the economies in Southern Africa are facing major challenges of limited access to modern and reliable supply of energy to power their economies. In most cases, energy consumption is dominated by biofuels and waste. And we've got very limited electrification in most countries, except for one or two. Yet we have the resources. The region is well endowed with fossil fuels and non-fossil fuels, by the way, because we have lots of solar, we have a lot of wind resources in the country. Due to the impact of banning these fossil fuels in the power generation in particular, the world has agreed. I think I'm summarizing, but I may be repeating what I said. Let me just wrap it up by saying that I think Southern Africa, as I said earlier on, is well endowed with resources and many. And these are different for different countries, meaning that if we work together as a region, we would stand at the opportunity. For instance, infrastructure. You know, in Southern Africa, you have Zambia here, you have you have Zambia with resources, with the hydropower resources. You have here on the south, Botswana, Namibia, South Africa with coal resources. And we've got gas resources in different countries. We don't look at these resources from a regional perspective. We look at them from a specific country perspective. One of the critical things that we could do seriously, we have the Southern African power pool that trades power between these regions. But the infrastructure there is congested and we're not able to meaningfully develop these. So these are some of the considerations that what is stopping us from doing that. Yeah, I think I will stop here for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Molesha. Actually, the Q&A session is going to be at the end after all the presentations. So, yes, you're done, but not completely done. We'll have questions at the end. Thank you. No, thank you very much, Ms. Molesha. The next session will be presented by Dr. Stephen Borchardt from the University of Stellenbosch. This session will look at the critical issues for phasing down, looking at developing strong policies to support phasing down oil, coal, and gas, strategies for engaging with communities and stakeholders and addressing energy poverty and access to clean energy. Doc, you have the floor.
Thank you. Chair, how much time do we have?
30 to 45 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, well, they're getting, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, honorable members, fellow researchers, colleagues, all protocols observed. It's lovely to stand in front of you here today. And yeah, so let's start on that first side. I'm a research fellow at Stellenbosch University. My research, I'll just give you a little bit of a background of why I'm here. My research for the past 7-8 years has focused on the just transition or just energy transition, as we call it, green energy technologies, issues of energy poverty, social justice, and sustainable development. And I also look at local governance and how we can empower them. My research is mostly in the Northern Cape province, or actually in the Karoo, which spans across 4 different provinces in South Africa. It's an incredibly large space. Next slide, please. Just a quick idea of what I'm going to be doing today. Yesterday, we heard about renewable energy. We heard about the just energy transition. We heard about critical minerals and what this could potentially mean for the region. And right now, as you've just heard, about downphasing. So I'm going to talk about downphasing and what actually does a strong policy look like? What's the role of government, and also the role of government at different levels of governance? So we understand that not everything has to come from a national government. Next, I'll look at the stakeholder engagement and community engagement. Thank you. Sorry, they're telling me I'm way too fast. I'll go a little bit slow and calm. It's the mints that you gave me and the strong coffee. So the stakeholder engagement is really where I believe can make or break a transition, especially for every single one of the countries present here today. There are winners and losers in every transition. However, we're trying to mitigate that loss. And we're trying to mitigate that loss not only for the country, but for people on the ground. How do we involve them? How do we reskill? And how do we provide alternative incomes? How do we ensure that Africa actually does not fund a green transition for the rest of the world, and we experience more exploitation in some new colonial way? The last point today, I would like to look at energy poverty. What is it? How do we measure it? And how do we address it? Next slide, please. And you can skip that one as well. So going into the phasing out versus phasing down, I think language is so important in how we use it at COP28. It was mostly countries like China and India saying, we can't phase out. I mean, really, we can't. We need to have a phase down language. And this needs to filter through in our region as well. There needs to be a gradual reduction and a restriction of fossil fuels instead of aiming for complete halt. A phase down usually involves quite specific targets here, as I put on the screen. We need to know what the objectives are. We need to have a timeline. And when I say timeline, I don't mean, for example, let's say this coal plant needs to be decommissioned in 20 years' time. We can't put a cap on that. In China, coal power plant usually gets phased out within 22 years and decommissioned. In South Africa, that looks like 50 to 60 years. So that's not what I mean with a timeline. A timeline is by 2040, this is where we want to be. By 2050, this is where we need to be. And I'll put the dates up in a second. You can actually press the next button. These are the key dates. This is what we signed up for. So how do we get there? SADC region actually contributes quite a lot to carbon emissions. There's about 500 million tons of greenhouse gases, and we know where this comes from. 71% of this comes from the energy sector, and specifically energy generation, transport, and manufacturing. Intense energy contributions to carbon emissions. So our phase down must be in this sector, in the energy sector, because it's making the most damage. As was mentioned, and I'll just provide this, South Africa's per capita carbon emissions are actually on par with India, and we're just behind China, which is shocking given that our GDP growth is 0.6%, while India has a GDP growth of 7.2%. So simply because South Africa has more carbon emissions and is providing more energy generation for export does not mean you have a growing economy. That link, we can't make that link, right? Then I want to highlight that I do think a lot more DFI needs to be approached, development finance institutions. The African Development Bank has contributed $34 billion in 2018 to the region. And the DFIs are mandated to invest in green energy technologies, in renewable energy, in transitions, and to phasing down policies. They are there. Government needs to approach them. DFIs are also much cheaper than banks. Yesterday was mentioned the high risk of loans, especially to African countries. But with a backing from a DFI, we de-risk that country, and it allows for international investors to approach that country. In South Africa, the big ones are the Development Bank of Southern Africa, the National Empowerment Fund, and the Industrial Development Corporation. They have dispersed more than 17 billion US dollars in the last year in Southern Africa for transitions. The largest countries that receive funding are South Africa, Zambia, and Madagascar currently. And I think all the countries sitting here before me could unlock this. Just to give you an example, the Development Bank of Southern Africa was actually financing and backing investors into South Africa for the Renewable Energy Independent Power Producers Procurement Program. It's a very long acronym, but it's South Africa's renewable energy program. And in much a way, the program was a success. In the past 9 years, we have unlocked more than 6,000 megawatts of renewable energy. And it's also a big reason why we don't have that high stages of load shedding currently. And there's about 2,000 megawatts coming online within the next 2 to 3 years. So that's just an example of how this could be done. Next slide, please. Thank you. Notice that one. I'm just going to mention that this is what strong policies look like. You need to establish supportive conditions, fostering sustainable alternatives, promote education and awareness, and then encourage collaboration and partnership. Next slide, please. And I'm going to show you how to do that. And where this is government. This has to come from government. Policy adjustments can foster an environment conducive to phasing down oil, coal, and gas. Governments have to offer incentives to businesses to embrace sustainable options and impose levies on environmental harmful goods. These measures have to motivate businesses that actually adopting is far easier than pulling out and facilitating this phase down approach. We have just heard about renewable energy technologies and that they're much cheaper. And what I think is not often mentioned is the fact that fossil fuels continue to, at least the companies have ridiculous amounts actually of subsidies, tax reductions, interest-free loans. South Africa as a country loses about 29 million rand per annum due to the fact that we are giving away subsidies to fossil fuel companies. That 29 million could be reinvested in renewable energy, could be reinvested into reskilling and employment opportunities, especially for a transition. For promoting, promoting sustainable alternatives, this is where research and development comes in. And I think government does need to approach researchers like myself. We are there, we're willing to do the research. Yesterday was also mentioned that not enough research is being done. And we will do the research and provide you with the data of what you need, both on the ground and policy-wise. Research is also needed. I'm a social scientist. We do also need engineers to look at how we can retrofit what would make the best logical reason, what would make economic sense. And for that, you do need some people with knowledge to go in with a report to government and say, this is what the findings are. Unbiased, this is what the findings are, so that you can make appropriate decisions. Then I said promoting, education and awareness. Policy transformations must aid actually in education and raising awareness. And this can be achieved by providing information on the environmental impacts of certain mining companies, the benefits of embracing sustainable alternatives, and also showing them actually how can we sustainably consume more of these products. We can have the next slide, please. And then, of course, the last one is just, have to talk to private industry. I don't think government alone can do this. I do think private industry is required, and along with educations and state educations researchers. Then, again, what can government's role be? And I put them into 4. Transparent policy frameworks, incentivizing stakeholders, engagement with effective parties, and adapting policy frameworks. And I'm going to focus on about 3 of them because I'm going to come back to the stakeholder engagement. We need very, very clear policy formulations. It needs to be precise, it needs to be easily comprehensible, and it's pivotal for the effective execution of phase out or phase down strategies. These policies should tell us exactly what we need to know. What is the objective in your phase down? What is your scope, your timeline? And what is the stakeholder or the community's role? And that's also how you get buy-in from a community. People don't want to feel lost in a transition, and they don't want to feel forgotten. So we have to put people first. And just again saying this has to come from clarity. Then incentivizing, as I just said, we can do exactly what South Africa is currently doing by subsidizing fossil fuels. We should be subsidizing renewable energy and solar. I know in large parts of Africa, diesel is subsidized, and that subsidy, if you take it away, renewable energy, especially solar, does become the most cost-effective option, even if you're building large-scale solar farms. But right now, I think my focus is going to be on smaller microgrid solar. And then, of course, incentivizing businesses to adapt. A business is there to make money. And as soon as you can show them that actually the best possible way for them to continue making money and have a partnership with a country is to actually contribute by phasing down, and they get tax reductions, they get incentives, and you can also give them buy mandates, for example, or supporting their price by locking it in. That's just one example. Then the third one I'm not going to talk about because that's going to be the focus of point 2. And then the fourth one, we need adaptable policy frameworks. They have to be flexible. They have to be able to adapt to unforeseen challenges. There will always be challenges. I don't think we need to be locked in. The renewable energy program in South Africa is a 20-year program, and that policy will not change for 20 years, but it should. If you think where we were 20 years ago and where we are now with the conversation, possibly we need to have a way out with every single policy so that we can say this needs to be changed and adapted. And then the last one, which people often forget, and it's not on the slide because I actually forgot to put it on the slide, is education and awareness raising. It's incredibly effective to promote behavioral change and drive support for any policy reform and phase down initiative. If we think about just general advertising, selling us products that we don't sometimes even want, government can do this. Government can do a large scale advertisement and awareness raising campaigns specifically to highlight the sustainable practices and highlight the risks associated with unsustainable practices. And you're also building that greater repertoire with people. We want people to engage. We want people to be a part of the solution, not the disillusion, the solution to engage. And this is something every single one of us can do. This is something government has to do. Companies, they won't care. There'll be a tick box exercise, right? And they'll give it to government and say, we did what we had to do. This is where government needs to step up and talk to the people. The next slide, please. And the next one. This is on community and stakeholder engagement. Why? Why are we doing this, right? In most developing countries, the political and administrative decentralization is founded on the principles of good governance. And I was asked yesterday, what is good governance? It's these three things: accountability, transparency, and pluralism, which I think people often forget. Pluralism is that even minority groups within a participatory democracy can hold their cultural traditions and independence within a society, right? Without having forced to become part of the majority. So it's those three things are good governance. We're also doing this because this promotes community participation in policy formation, which is taken as a right. We're in a participatory democracy. People have a right to participate. The next slide, please. I'm going to just quickly run through this. This is all the different things that you can do. And I wouldn't outsource this. I would always have a government representative showing the support when you're doing community or stakeholder engagement. You can do workshops. You can actually do graphics and displays and demonstrations and exhibitions and involve local people. I'll give you an example with shale gas development in South Africa. I conducted quite a bit of research on just the public participation efforts. Now, what local people did was they held an exhibition where they invited local artists, and these were actually the majority Black female artists, and the exhibition was held in 4 different languages, of which only one was English, but the rest were African languages spoke in South Africa. And it showed what the impact of shale gas development would have in the Karoo region to educate people. On the other side of the coin, we had Shell, who had their own public participation looking at fracking in the Karoo. They scheduled a meeting for 6 o'clock in the evening. They scheduled the meeting at a fancy bed and breakfast venue in town, very fancy, far removed from any low income neighborhood. And they were actually chased away, which I was proud of. Women chased them away because they said, you don't come to our area. You're scheduling this for 6 o'clock in the evening when we have to cook, when we have to get the kids clean, we have to get them in bed, and we have to take care of them. Who do you think is going to be at this meeting? It's going to be the men. And women are also important. And so they chased them away and said, come back when you've translated your things into our language. Don't come here in English. Don't come to fancy B&Bs. There's a beautiful community hall. It was in Rustine in Beaufort West. It was in a low-income area, previous forced removal site where the community hall was. And they were forced to actually have a meeting there. You can go into the next slide, please. What are some of the key differences between stakeholder engagements and community engagements? Quite simply, the community, they're directly or indirectly affected. It's one of the big ways that you can say, we need to go talk to the community. And there's also not the community. We know they're not a homogenous group. For example, I'll refer back to the shale gas development one in Beaufort West, which is in the western province of South Africa. People really wanted jobs with shale gas development. However, in the Northern Cape province, people realized that the damage to the underground water would actually be too severe to sustain farming practices. So there's no one community. You need to adapt your approaches to community engagement. The purpose mostly of community engagement is to foster inclusive collaboration and social responsibility, right? Responsibility of government and responsibility of companies. However, the purpose of stakeholder engagement, as you can see to your left, is you actually want to gather input from researchers, from policymakers, from, let's say, people who are involved with and influential in these decisions. And it's about identifying the right people. And then I just gave you some examples of what is a stakeholder and then what is a community? Because sometimes I do think the lines can be blurred. You'd get researchers who are actually very important within a local community, and they formed a local organization. However, follow this graphic. Next slide, please. And the next one. And the next one. So just some statistics, not to shock you, but to be really realistic, that energy poverty is a pervasive issue globally. It doesn't just affect Africa. It has attracted a significant attention from researchers and policymakers in the past 20 years, even more. As I said, there's about 600 million people who don't have access to electricity. And the statistic I added, the 43%, is showing that in a study done by the Afrobarometer research group, they showed that of 34 African countries, 43% of that population was energy poor, almost 50%. 2.6 billion people rely on biofuels. And shockingly, 800,000 children die each year from exposure to indoor air pollution, which mostly comes from fires that were made indoors, either to keep warm or to cook food. And that's at its most severe. 2.7 billion people across the world lack safe cooking facilities, and 1.2 billion lack access to electricity. There needs to be an urgency related to addressing energy poverty. Next. I just want to show, yes. So that's the SDG 7, just says we need affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all. Now, just a little caveat here. They said indicator 1 is the proportion of the population with access to electricity. However, what I want to also highlight is that simple access to the grid or to electricity is not the sole answer to answering energy poverty issues. It's not going to solve poverty or inequality. In the same way that not having access to electricity grid is also not an indicator of poverty or energy poverty. And here I want to point to, if you think about people living off the grid, that's quite a rich person that can afford to go completely off the grid, to have their own wind turbines, to have their own solar panels. So not having access to the grid doesn't necessarily mean you are energy poor. The next slide, please. So what does energy access look like in Africa? Access is incredibly low and variable, as the statistics have already pointed out, as is the generation capacity in Africa. Power cuts further reduce and slow down any economic growth. And then I put up the statistics. It's 40% of the African grid was built and refurbished more than 30 years ago. Maintenance has to be done on these grids. In fact, they think there's estimates that it's going to cost 18 billion rand, not rand, US dollars, which is worse, to maintain just the current grid. That's no new development. That's simply maintaining the grid within the region. And then, of course, the lack to any margin feels hampers progressive social outcomes, which I'm going to get to in a minute. And what I want to highlight is that there is a lack of an integrated energy planning tool for any country, but as our colleague has said, for the region as well. I agree with that point. I think households need to be taken account, manufacturing sector, generation, distribution, and transmission. It has to be seen as a whole. Next slide, please. What is energy poverty? And then I put up the United Nations definition, but I do also want to say that there is no consensus on what is the energy poverty definition, which is severely lacking within the region. We need to have a definition, because if we have a definition, we can put it into policy and we can address it. Without a definition, researchers, government, non-governmental organizations are fumbling around trying to address energy poverty. Then I want to add, which is not on here, is I don't think we need to stigmatize firewood. I think firewood can be a viable source of energy, especially if you look at woodlots. I don't think we need to stigmatize, in certain cases, other forms of gas. I mean, I cook with gas, right? So why can't other people as well? And then I don't think, what they'll often say is people using multiple fuels. So if they're using electricity, gas, paraffin, that some people use that as an indication of energy poverty. And I think that's a misleading indication. That's simply showing that people have different resources available to them. And then ultimately, the first point there is that energy poverty is an extension of poverty. Most important point, I think people think of energy poverty as something separate. It isn't. It's poverty what we're looking at. Next slide, please. And just to show you, you have a lack of access to energy, which will lead on to a lack of education and productivity, which will lead on to you're not actually productive. There's no economic growth, which will increase your poverty. It's a vicious, vicious cycle. Just some of the challenges. There are historical inequalities in every country, especially in South Africa, due to our legacy of unequal distribution. But this is not new within the region. Unequal distribution was always there in terms of the electricity grid, which actually tried to develop the industries and the mining sector. Energy was never for households, and it needs to be for households. Of course, the health and environmental implications, which I'll get to in a moment, and then looking at the environmental factors influencing consumption. The EU, to them, an indicator for energy poverty is the lack of ability to keep yourself warm in winter, which makes sense, right? It's snowing there, it's very cold. If you can't keep warm, you're going to freeze to death, you're going to die of hypothermia. In South Africa, when I was conducting my research, people would laugh at me when I asked the households, I do research with low-income households, about heating of space. I'd say, we're not wasting money to heat the space. We're not getting firewood to heat the space. We're getting firewood to heat food. We're getting firewood to heat water. We live in areas where water has to be cooked, right? It has to, otherwise it's not clean. So that to them was the most important part, heating of water. So very, very context specific. And right now I'm conducting research in Sutherland, where it's the coldest place in South Africa. It's minus 16 degrees at times. It hasn't reached that in a couple of years. But there is a very large likelihood that the school dropout rate at primary school is linked to winter, because the kids aren't warm. They can't go to school, and the school's not warm because they don't have electricity either. The next slide, please. I think you need to paste one more time. There we go. The energy poverty is linked to all these things, and this is what I was talking about, the environmental and the health implications. There's been a lot of research done on this, not always within the region, to my embarrassment, mostly in South Africa. And this is where I would say we need more research and development, monitoring and evaluation of programs and learning. Now, the health and environmental implications include, of course, indoor air pollution, burn-related injuries. It says they're poor physical health because people can't cook food, people can't, they're out on the day looking for firewood. I don't know if many people know, but in the Karoo region, it's not known for its forests. It's actually a semi-desert area, so finding a tree to even get firewood, you're walking quite a few kilometers and carrying large chunks of wood, which is mostly done by women. There's a higher prevalence rate of mental health. There's an anxiety of being seen you can't afford your electricity. And it's also related to depression, the fact that if you can just think, if you're cold, you can't keep warm, you can't cook your food, and you constantly being seen as having to walk out in a blanket, there is a stigma against you. And also that stigma of being able to constantly pay for electricity. Respiratory issues such as asthma, I'm not going to go too much into that. And also chronic illness. We find often people with indoor fires, whether they come from coal or firewood or paraffin or gas, have weaker immune systems, and they suffer from arthritis frequently. The next slide, please. I'm not going to go through all of this to save time, but this is just to show that there are different approaches to measure energy poverty. Here are 4 approaches. I think the one that South Africa is using is called the expenditure approach. I don't like this approach, and I'm going to tell you why. This approach measures energy poverty based on a household's spending of energy-related expenses. So they say if, let's, for example, say, and this is what their example is, 10% of your income gets spent on electricity, then you are considered energy poor. If you spend anything higher than 10%, you are considered energy poor. Now, the advantage of this approach is that it is a quantitative measure. You're looking at affordability and the financial burden on the household related to energy. But the limitation is that it does not capture the non-monetary aspect of energy poverty. It doesn't look at the geography, and it does not look at the socioeconomic context. What I want to advocate for is the access adjusted approach, which looks at physical access to energy services, including the socioeconomic factors that influences a household's ability to utilize energy services effectively. That's a much more comprehensive approach and provides much more understanding. Of course, the limitation is it takes time because you're going to have to do interviews of people or surveys. You can't just simply look at the household's budget. The next slide, please. This is just showing you how I usually go in to look at what the energy poverty scenario is. So simply having it available does not mean that that it's affordable, and simply having it not available also doesn't mean that you can make it affordable. And this is what I would go into an area and ask them, is there energy available here, especially in rural parts of Africa? Energy is not available. The grid can't be expanded to certain areas. The grid isn't even in certain areas in South Africa, especially in the Karoo region. So there you would say, no energy is actually available. Can they afford it if we make it available? So if we expand the grid, would it help them? And then you look at their budgets or what money they receive and what the employment rate, and you say, actually also no. Even if we expanded the grid, these people will still not use electricity because they can't afford it, which is often what I find. Having access to electricity does not mean people use it. Often they can't afford it. They're grateful for the access, but if you can't afford it, you're still energy poor. And that's what I meant with simply giving them grid access would not help them. Next slide, please. So how to address energy poverty. The African continent is home to 60% of the world's best solar resources worldwide. Yesterday, a colleague from the Mbape Mgukwe Institute showed us that map, and most of it's in Africa, yet Africa only holds 1% of the world's solar photovoltaic capacity. Means we only have 1% of these solar panels currently in the world. I don't think we need to energize Africa by repeating our previous development stages. That is, i.e. installing very large power plants or extending the grid to new consumers. Simply because, as I just said, giving them grid access will not answer the energy poverty question. In the picture, it's in 2019, Zimbabwe had about 19 hours a day of load shedding or power cuts. And this lady, she bought a 20-watt solar panel with a tiny battery storage. It cost her $15 US, which is 215 Rand. It does sound like a lot of money, but this was enough for her to have lights in her household, to have a radio, and to charge her cell phone. And they actually interviewed her because her kids were able to study much later at night. And if you remember that circle, it's then addressing their education and it's addressing their the fact that they are more productive if they study longer, which means that child will most likely become part of the economy because they are productive in such a way. I think off-grid or standalone power systems can be the answer to especially remote households, especially to hospitals, schools, and other facilities where the grid is not at all available. I know there was a massive project done in Tanzania of giving solar panels to schools. It was not for lights, actually, but was to pump water, clean water for the students to drink, which they got only at school. A common example of off-grid renewable energy is what we call SHS, or solar home systems, which is what the lady in Zimbabwe is using. At the top right-hand corner is a solar water geyser, which people can be skilled in to not only install, but also maintain. And they're relatively cheap. These also, what you can also do is what we call microgrid projects. You employ quite larger energy installations for off-grid solutions, and they can provide quite large communities. Some of them can provide, as I put up there, about 500 connections in a rural cluster, and you can dictate where you want it to be. If you want, does the energy have to go to the household, or are you going to prioritize clean water? Let's just give solar panels so these people can get clean water. Let's just give solar panels, because with a phone, that person can start a business, right? They can have clients. They can, with electricity, they can start a home business in terms of shaving people's hair, becoming a hairdresser. So you can start giving people the productive means to contribute to the economy, even if it is in the informal economy. The next slide, please. So why is private investment needed? And I'm going to run through this because I think my time is nearly there. We need to rethink the finance models for solar energy and wind energy. This will be critical in any transition. We need to create multi-year grant, donor, and financial institution backing, because it is quite a capital-intensive demand, especially at the early stages for any clean energy projects. And then I've given you these 5 examples. De-risking investment. We need to secure uptake commitments from humanitarian organizations to guarantee the purchase of power. They could fund solar powers, small solar grids. And with the DFIs, the financial institutions, they could act as an insurance for the early rollout of solar energy at household level. Cross-sector collaborations. This is just highlighting again. I mean, they all work together, right? What does a strong policy look like, and how can we actually address private? We have to talk to international organizations. We have to talk to non-governmental organizations. We must pool expertise. I think government needs to say we don't know everything, and that's a very moral stance to take, and say it's fine, we don't know everything. Let's get in these expertise. Let's partner with these DFI financial institutions and identify what structures we need to put in place. Maybe it is the most cost-effective to expand the grid, but still, how are you going to address the issue of energy affordability? Enabling solar power regulation. Government must design regulatory policies to attract investors for energy solutions. Here I said mostly solar power, because I do think solar power is for large part of Africa the answer. Wind turbines aren't always the answer, but you do get very smaller wind turbines that could potentially help with a clinic, for example. And then long-term systemic investments. And this is where that incentives and tax reduction from private capital will help government. Last slide, please. Second to last one. It's just a summary of the points. I think addressing energy poverty requires a multifaceted approach. We need to recognize the historical disparities in electricity distribution. In South Africa, it's rooted in apartheid era legacies and policies. Elsewhere in the country, it's rooted in the fact that we were dominated by mining companies. We need to look at the environmental factors that play a significant role in shaping energy consumption patterns. It's all good and well, it's summer. What happens in winter? What do people need? What do they want? Do they want something to heat water? Do they want an actual heater? We need to understand the geographical factors as well, influencing energy usage. And this is especially in rural areas. I can't highlight it enough. Africa is full of them with these clusters of groups where we can help these people. And we need to understand that dynamics is essential for developing contextual appropriate interventions that address the underlying drivers of energy poverty. In conclusion, I think addressing energy poverty requires a comprehensive approach that considers the socioeconomic, the cultural, and environmental factors. Governments and policymakers must prioritize inclusive policies that empower these marginalized and rural communities to ensure equitable access to essential energy sources. We need to recognize that these are complex issues and that energy poverty in itself is complex, and adopt a holistic approach to policy making. And we can work towards building a more sustainable and equitable future for all. And then just the last slide, please. It's really just to say thank you so much for your time. I can't wait for the questions.
Thank you very much, Doc. Looking at the time, it's 10:30. We're going to break for a healthy break. We'll be back at 11 for the next and last presentation. Thank you, honorable members. Welcome back, honorable members. And may I call the meeting to order? Welcome back, honorable members. May I call the meeting to order? We are now going to have a presentation. Our next presentation will be done by Mr. Ashraf Patel, Institute for Global Dialogue. He will provide insights on the economic and financial implication of phasing down. The session will focus on green jobs and the green economy and financing options for the transition to a low carbon economy. Mr. Patel, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Good morning, honorable members. It is indeed humbling to be presenting at this important conference of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, all protocols observed. I also would like to thank the Sarwa team, Darlington, Dr. Claude and team for giving us the opportunity. It's always good to connect with old friends in the resource and economic justice sector. My name is Mr. Patel. I'm with the Institute for Global Dialogue. We a specialized think tank associated with the UNISA, which is the University of South Africa. And we work in tandem with other institutes such as the Thabo Mbeki Leadership Institute, the Achi Majefe Center, etc. And our role is to research critical and key issues facing the African continent in a globalized world. So our perspectives is very much kind of Afrocentric, taking in the positions of the Africa Union and 2063 as a benchmark for the work that we do. Next slide. So as the frame of analysis or methodology is kind of sociological. So we've analyzed kind of documents around sustainable development, particularly the United Nations system, because we all know the Sustainable Development Agenda is not new. It goes back 5 decades. And so this presentation takes us through a brief historical journey so that it gives members' perspective of the UN system, but also new imagination and policy space, which I think is lacking in the current debates on the green transition. Another perspective that we've been requested is to also look at communities, particularly communities affected by mining, as well as the labor movement, because that is the community that is right at the center, at the coalface, if you excuse the pun. They're at the coalface of this transition. And if we don't involve labor and communities, we're going to have exclusions, and that may create many, many kind of challenges. So that is the approach that I've taken. Next slide. Okay, so where did it all start? It goes back to 1972, the Brundtland Commission. The first UN Commission on Sustainable Development was the Brundtland Commission in Stockholm. And for the very first time, that conference was a United Nations sanctioned or supported event. At the time, a lot of research that emerged in the kind of 60s looked at key drivers in the system. At that time, global population was just less than 4 billion. Today, the world's population is 7 billion. So you could see in a space of 4.5 decades, we've had massive growth of population. And that seemed to have been the key driver of the UN Sustainable Development Conference in 72. And the UN took a commitment that every 20 years they'll have the UNSAD, the UN Commission. So in 1992, they had the Rio Conference. And I think 92 was a key point for the Sustainable Development Agenda. All nation states are part of the UN. And so this is the framework in which we analyze or trying to understand the new green economy. So at that conference, Rio 92, very significant developments took place. The first was there was the need to integrate the environment in development. So the very first time the UN and national economic or development policies of all nations was to say, hold on, we cannot continue with economic development without integrating the concerns of the environment. So that was groundbreaking, Rio 92. Next. So what was the agreements at Rio? These were the core agreements that currently shape the discourse on sustainable development. The first was the UN Framework on Convention of Climate Change. That actually, the genesis was at that period. So remember, the COP, Conference of Parties, only came together in 1995, I think, yes. But 92 was when they agreed, and that's important. Also, there was the Kyoto Protocol, Agenda 21, as well as the UN Convention on Biodiversity and the UN Convention on Desertification. And I think it's very important. A lot of us are so caught up in the green economy today, but we must understand the foundations at the time was laid by the UN system that integrated environment, economy, desertification, the Kyoto Protocol on pollution. So all of these must be seen integrated. So when nation states take policy positions, we need to see the big picture. Next slide. Now, what's also very important, what gets lost in the debate is many mainstream media seems to forget that the UN has a convention called the UN Right to Development that was passed in 1986, the Vienna Convention. And this is still remains part of the UN Charter. And the right of development gives the global south, developing countries, the inalienable right to manage their national development, as you can see in the preamble, a comprehensive economic, social, political, cultural, that means a constant improvement of the well-being of the entire population. And that is enshrined in the UN charters. It also links with the human rights framework. So it does not divorce development from environment, from the broader kind of governance, human rights element. But what's important, certain countries in the global south made better use of the right to development, whereas other nations backtracked. And I think this is the dynamic we see playing out itself out today. In the debates of the just transition, there's a massive push, rightly so, on decarbonization, moving to zero or net zero. But there's also the UN Right to Development Treaty that gives nation states the right to manage their resources according to their national development priorities. So that gives a lot of nation states a high level of sovereignty or policy sovereignty, which needs to also be integrated as nation states in Africa, especially Latin America, Southeast Asia, face massive demands from the population. In fact, it was in 2019 that formally Africa has had more population, urbanization, more people living in urban areas than in rural areas. So it's a massive shift into the urban areas. Urban Africa is the reality. And that puts massive demand on industrialization, the need for investment in infrastructure, in production, in manufacturing and exports in order to manage the massive kind of urbanization and population growth. And I think that balance is the real challenge that we're facing today. The right to development further goes forward, as you can see. It talks about the systemic self-determination and also the violations of human rights, etc., etc. So it's quite broad-based, but it definitely is all UN member states have taken on the right to development. Next slide. They also talk about in the preamble, they're concerned with the existence of serious obstacles to development as well as the complete fulfillment of this. So I think it's an ongoing thing. It's good to reference it when one makes policy making at national levels, municipal level, regional level, etc. Okay, the next one, of course, we all know the Africa Union, all nation states, Southern Africa, we're an integral part of the AU. The AU's Agenda 2063 is what frames all countries and all societies in Africa. I think that is a linchpin, and we should not forget that two drivers are taking place. There's many conventions in the AU, but recently what's relevant for this discussion is the Africa Free Trade Agreement that we all know that has been in operation for the last 3 years. And there has been a lot of debate around the pathway of trade in Africa. Trading in goods and services, trade in services, trade in technology. And I believe in the last year, there's a new chapter on investment treaty, as well as intellectual property, and I believe also green. So the green economy is now coming into the AFCFTA. Are smaller nations in SADC ready? We all know Africa has regional hegemons, South Africa, Nigeria, Egypt, Kenya, Ghana. But beyond that, what are the smaller players? How are we going to integrate? SADC is less integrated than COMESA, for instance. If we don't integrate a SADC or have a common vision, we may fall behind in terms of the benefits of the AFCFTA. But that debate needs more research. Apparently, there was a conference in 2022 on the AFCFTA and the green economy. There's a lot of focus on industrialization. So the AFCFTA is trying to balance a kind of model similar to the European Union, but with a strong focus on trade within Africa first, and now re-emphasizing what is called industrialization. And they are taking the cue from, let's say, the UN, which is quite interesting, but the debate is an interesting debate. It's not yet it's a very dynamic environment. Nothing has been agreed, but as the AFTA becomes more institutionalized, these kind of agreements are going to be law. So when nation states trade and use the AFCFTA amongst themselves and between partners such as the EU or other parts of the world, they are going to have treaty status, meaning they will be binding in terms of international law. Now, that is a very interesting dynamic, and I think further research is required in that area. In that conference, they talked about adding the green layer of complexity. The green economy is not linear, it's dynamic. As the previous presentations correctly pointed out, there's multiple moving parts, and within energy, climate change, all the treaties, the UN treaties that binds nation states, means that you need to have the policy capacity as well as the monitoring and evaluation systems at a national level, at a regional level, information sharing, knowledge, peer-to-peer learning. This is important for the region in order to make sense of these very complex moving parts. AFCFTA is one, and I'll come to the others later. Next. Yes, there is that conference in November 22 also talked about decarbonization. And another thing to note, regions like the AU as well as SADC, COMESA, ECOWAS are also very much donor dependent. And as an international relations scholar or institute, we should be mindful that the donor agenda is ever present. While it's important for capacity, where is capacity ends and where does sovereignty ends? Where does capacity begin and where does sovereignty end? I think this is a dynamic interplay, and regional institutions need to be aware that the donor agenda is not value-free and by no means charitable. It is competitive. There are power relations, and North and South inequalities, power relations always are present in this donor-driven world, especially at the AU level, and now I believe SADC as well, ECOWAS, etc., etc. Next step. I think moving forward, we all know the famous theorist Walter Rodney, How Europe Underdeveloped Africa. It's a key text. It's 50 years old. And, Walter Rodney is a great scholar of the Global South. And he systematically showed in his book that through the colonial process of resource extraction, formal colonization, and now kind of neoliberal trajectories, that the unequal structural balances still remain. And that is very important within the right to development discourse, as well as new models that are emerging. And unfortunately, we live in a very contested world. I think colleagues yesterday spoke about very complex geopolitics and geoeconomics that's forcing many nation states to begin to align or not align. And I think this is the big challenge that we also face. So if you look at the African resources, currently all the minerals, most of the oil and gas minerals, resources, lithium, we discuss critical, all of these categories of minerals are in high demand globally. And that creates a kind of disruptive effect on the political economy. We see this every day in any story you open a newspaper where there's a conflict, especially in sub-Saharan Africa, that nation state has a critical resource, be it the DRC, be it Mozambique, be it Sudan, etc. So this is a stark reminder that without the peace and security agenda cannot be divorced from the green economy or the kind of new green minerals. They're all integrated and they need to be viewed as a kind of whole. Next one. Okay, another very important element that in the mainstream, we take a critical reporting of just energy in the last few years has correctly focused on decarbonization, just energy transition, etc. These are new terms that we're grappling with. Even scholars are debating. So you can imagine the ordinary person on the street has very little understanding of what it means. But for policymakers, a very important element of the UN system is the UN Conference on Climate Change, the COP processes. And the UN framework agreements have agreed fundamentally on what is called Conference of Parties, which is called Nationally Determined Contributions, NDCs. So within, as policymakers or regulators at the nation state businesses, what is nationally determined contributions? This is a very important element that gives nation states the space to create their own policies based on the right to development. And what it states is every nation has a common but differential responsibility. So one cannot compare the US and China and EU with, let's say, Africa or Lesotho or Swaziland or Ghana or South Africa even, that there are layers of responsibilities. And I think that is an area where one can see very intensive debates are going to take place. Because as we move from the COP25, I think, COP17 was the Paris Agreement in 2015, and then the COP27 2-3 years ago, and last year. Every year comes binding agreements. And these binding agreements bind states to certain levels of emission targets. And that's very important because once you sign on that, you're legally binded. But this mechanism, the CDR, gives you the space to say, hold on, we want to have the just transition, but we will do it at our own pace, based on our kind of national economic development, our urbanization goals, our job creation goals. So this is an interesting space. And I think here is where much more research is required. And we've actually overlooked the potential of this mechanism. Even our government departments are beginning to use this more effectively as they negotiate with powerful actors. So this is an interesting dynamic. Also, we're fortunate in Africa to have a very important body called the UN Economic Commission for Africa. They're based in Addis Ababa, and obviously, in my view, they're doing a really solid, good quality research. I always reference them. They print out the Africa Development Report annually. And in the last few years, they're beginning to really look at industrialization, resource governance, mining and minerals, beneficiation, all the big topics we discussed yesterday. And we all reference the UNECA. I still think it's one of the more quality, progressive research forums. And you know, they can really guide policymakers, regulators, NGOs in understanding where the power of development is, where Africa is in the world vis-a-vis the challenges of inequality, poverty, unemployment, industrial development, all the nexus. And they're also very good at mainstreaming gender and youth in all the policies. And I think the centrality of mainstreaming gender and youth is critical. I mean, in everything we do, we got to mainstream gender, youth in the policy processes. Otherwise, you'll get exclusions, and it's because of those exclusions that you'll have new kinds of conflicts. So this is a very important element, and I always recommend UNECA as a reference point. Next. Okay, now coming to theory, in the sociological world, we cannot approach a subject without a theory. So in this field, reading the kind of topics that were presented at this conference, we thought a very important theory is, people may have heard of it, is called the resource curse theory. The resource curse theory emerged in the 80s. Lots of development economists associated with the UN and other think tanks in the world began to say, hold on, what's happening in the world? Why are countries, especially in the global south, particularly sub-Saharan Africa, Asia, parts of Latin America, why are they always trapped in a conflict? And when they did the studies, they found that those nations that have critical, or let's say important resources, particularly oil, gas, mining, metals, these nation states are trapped in what is called the curse, resource curse. And they call it the paradox of plenty. So it's a paradox. And we've seen, unfortunately, most of sub-Saharan Africa is trapped in the resource curse. So they talk about it's a failure of the countries, of the countries that have the resources to fully exploit and apply the resources, generate the surplus for national development. So if you look at more successful countries like Indonesia, Mexico, although they had authoritarian phases, they did manage to capture the rents from the resources and invest in their national infrastructure, in the development, etc., and have largely attained what was called the Millennium Development Goals. Whereas if we look at conflict-ridden countries, particularly the DRC, Nigeria to an extent, Chad, Sudan's, these nation states are always trapped in conflict because they're trapped in the resource curse thesis. And what's concerning in the new critical minerals era, what is called resource curse 2.0, resource curse 4.0, in the fourth industrial revolution era, in the green industrial era, we may make the mistake of repeating the resource curse theories. And this is, we at the critical inflection point. I think a lot of the presentations talked about it. If we do not, in terms of governance, natural resource governance, create new mechanisms and programs to arrest the resource curse. We've just seen this happen in Mozambique last year. In the Cabo Delgado is a classical example of a resource curse. The new oil and gas discoveries, multinationals move in, and then you get conflicts, and it brings in other non-state actors, and it creates a conflict zone. And this is a nightmare scenario. What are the mechanisms at a regional level, at a global level? So I think these are the big issues we face in the transition. Next slide. Okay, one mechanism, I think it's very good, and a lot of us has looked into it. The NEPAD, the New Africa Partnership for Development, has been fairly good in the last, let's say, 20 years. In fact, the high point when ex-President Thabo Mbeki launched it with his counterparts, President Obasanjo and Bouteflika, Abdoulaye Wade, when they formed the NEPAD, it was trying to get a new paradigm of Africa development, focusing on peace and security with development, and one pillar was governance. And in the governance pillar, very important, they created a mechanism called Africa Peer Review Mechanism. And I think many countries in the region has undergone this mechanism or this reporting. It's very much an index or reporting on governance. And some of us are debating it as scholars, whether we need a new index or new criteria for resource governance in the field, in the era of critical minerals. And I think the work Sarwa is doing and others is very important, that we need a new mechanisms, a new indices, new criteria in measuring resource governance and conflict, and integrating that in the work that we're doing. Perhaps those are some of the points. Local development is very important. In a lot of these kind of APRM processes, it does seem local economic development is overlooked. And in all the conflict zones, conflict happens at a local level. Every conflict. You go to every conflict, every live conflict in sub-Saharan Africa today, it's happening at a local level. And I think this is where the gap is between the urban and the local. So maybe new kinds of indicators are required. There's also a risk of the new green debts. So yes, there was a call for financing, green financing, but the UN Secretary General's office also released the report on debt, the new debt crisis. Africa again is facing a huge debt crisis. I think in most countries, the interest on debt is the first or second item on the national budget. And that's quite sobering. And that means there's less resources for meeting the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Now, if we're going to take further debt in terms of green financing, it's going to push a lot of nation states into austerity, into more debt, and that can create more instability. So it's partially the resource curse and partially the austerity. How are policymakers beginning to look at these issues that will shape the nature and pace of the green transition? So it's a very narrow margin. In fact, I would say most of the developing South, especially sub-Saharan Africa, is in a very small box and very little policy space to maneuver if you want to achieve your sustainable development goals. So it's quite a sobering and sad situation as we speak. Next step. Okay, as I said, industrialization and industry policies are back. Post-COVID, we've seen a new push on the role of the state. Even the World Economic Forum in the report, The Great Reset, talked about a new kind of reset. And they are saying that the old model, the more kind of free market, neoliberal model is no more working. Even the World Economic Forum acknowledged. And they're talking about a role of a capable state, because only a capable state can deliver social outcomes. But you need to build the capacities. And I think industrialization, as we've seen, the successful East Asian countries, China, etc., have managed industrialization because they had a very strong, capable state. A state that could direct investment, infrastructure, R&D, human capital investment, align it, working in alignment, and then moving forward and propelling the nation into new stages of growth. This is an opportunity, but it can only happen with alignment. And I agree with my previous scholars, as at a SADC level or a Southern African level, we need definite integration of investment, of green policies, of industrial policies, of power policies, but it must be in alignment, but it cannot go on without including the communities. And I think that is the gap currently in most of our regional economic blocks. Next step. Okay, if these headwinds or challenges were not enough, we face a new challenge. And I think some of the colleagues spoke about it yesterday, the new geopolitics and geoeconomics in the post-COVID world, especially in a world with wars. We've seen the flaring up of wars. And one of the new kinds of wars, economic wars, is the trade wars, especially between the US and China. And I think this is a kind of new narrative that's going to shape us for the next several years. Very important to note that the three big power centers, US, Europe, EU, and China, are all engaged in different levels of protectionism. What do I mean by that? I think there's been lots of critical reporting on while on the one hand, all these powers are at the UN and they're signing the COP agreements and etc. On the other hand, they are now going into what is called green protectionism. And the best example, the US has passed the Inflation Reduction Act, IRA. It's their version of an industrial policy. They call it the green industrial policy. And it has massive amounts of subsidies, up to $800 billion of subsidies for US firms to build a capability in the green economy, scale, lots of incentives, lots of tax breaks, so they can go global and export, and we have to import. The same with the EU. The Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, CBAM, there's a lot of readings about it, a lot of critical articles. What does it mean? It can put a stop or brakes on our own industrialization. What it means is that if you manufacturing in Mozambique or in South Africa or in Zimbabwe or Ghana and you want to export into the EU, the barriers are higher and higher and higher. So that means CBAM kicks in 2025. In 6 months' time, it kicks in. That means if you want to export to the EU and the EU does an analysis of your product, it could be any product, and if they determine that that product comes from an industry that emits pollution at a certain level, they can ban it. So this is the new protectionism we're facing. The same thing with China. China is a kind of manufacturing superpower. It's manufacturing in everything from autos to electronics, and it has its own supply chains that's very closed. And there's little scope. And unfortunately, we all exporters to China and the EU. So we are facing, as I said, the box is getting smaller. The cage is smaller. Very little policy space if you're in sub-Saharan Africa, Southeast Asia, parts of Latin America. This is the new geo-economic kind of, it's called green protectionism. And what makes it even worse is the kind of erosion or collapse of the World Trade Organization. We all know the WTO was the body that could resolve trade disputes. But at this point in time, after 4 years, the WTO court, the appellate court to solve trade disputes is still not functional. The US pulled out. China is quiet. EU is quiet. None of them wants it to work because they're going into green protectionism. And they know if an African country can take the EU or China, US to the WTO appellate court and win, they know we'll win. But now they have made the WTO non-functional. So we have less mechanisms to take the development agenda forward. So it's a very tight spot that we're in at this point in time. And now with critical minerals, the conflicts and the focus on Africa becomes even more by these powers. So this is the state of play, and it's something that needs further research and debates. Next slide. Okay, that's the debate on the green industrialization. Next one. Yeah, I pointed out to the UNECA. Again, I'm a great fan of the UN Economic Commission. Good work. All the reports on the website, easily accessible. Next one. ILO, this is very interesting. We need to, as I said, the key focus is jobs. The great issue on the just transition is jobs. Will it lead to job losses or not? And there is a lot of research. The International Labour Organization has got programs. The ILO in the last 2 or 3 years launched a major reports. One was the Global Commission on the Future of Work. It's on the ILO website, ilo.org. It's a fascinating read, and I think all policymakers should read that. It talks about the green transition, but there has to be a reskilling. And this is where all nation states in Southern Africa and Africa need to have a reskilling for the just transition, reskilling for the fourth industrial revolution, reskilling for the new economy, and invest in those skills, because the biggest opportunity and challenge for sub-Saharan Africa is youth. Youth are 52% of the population, but the biggest challenge is youth unemployment. And how are we going to manage that? I think this is the big issue of the day. Next one. Yes, they talk a lot about complementary policy measures. Previous colleagues talked about the policy proposals. ILO is talking about complementary policies around the main policy of the just transition. So skills development, localized jobs, in terms of decarbonized industries, where there's manufacturing, transport, construction, what are the new kind of skills that are needed in that? I think that is where we're going to see new kinds of opportunities as well. Next one. Okay, part B, I now go into the South African case study called the Just or Unjust Transition. And I've selected South Africa because we have been one of the 4 countries that the G7 chose to kind of experiment with the just energy transition over the last 3 or 4 years. So this is a quick analysis, snapshot, to give you further details. Next slide. Okay. So South Africa was selected as a just economic transition pilot. It was called JET Investment Program. Next. Okay, so where did it start? This started quite recently in the Glasgow G7 meeting, and also at the UN COP26 in Glasgow. And then what was formed was the International Partnership Group, which was a body of powerful investors, basically in the North, that tried to bring in a new model of finance. And it was then in June 2020 at the G7 summit, they selected countries such as Indonesia, Thailand, etc., etc. So it started with South Africa, Indonesia, Vietnam, etc. And they tried to experiment as a G7, which is the North. How can we bring in a just transition? But their framework was investment or finance. Next slide. Okay, so as you saw, the JET promised South Africa $8.5 billion, 15 billion to Vietnam and 20 billion to Indonesia. And it's basically under the obligations of the UN Conference of Parties, the COP processes, right? But this is a different model. This is basically privatized green financing. So when they say $8.5 billion or $20 billion for Indonesia, it's not within the UN system of multilateral, or it is multilateral, but it's more private loan financing than development funds. And this is what sparked a massive debate in South African society over the last 3 years that has pitted communities and labor against government. And it's a robust debate. I mean, I'm merely presenting the narrative and how it's playing itself out. And it's also scope for reflection on the path or the pace of the just energy, where South Africa is still in limbo at this point in time. You know, many people say South African energy policy is schizophrenic. It has a two kind of path. It's both going in parallel directions and opposing each other. And some of the critics are saying that's why we're having load shedding, because we're moving on two parallel pathways without policy integration. So it's a very sobering reflection of what can go wrong. Anyway, it's a pilot project. As you can see, they formed the Alliance on Net Zero, 550 of the largest corporations, and it's basically an FDI, foreign investment-led kind of process. So it's not necessarily a development project, but it's called green financing. And that's an important dynamic. Next. Okay. As you can see, they talked about a key part of it was reducing coal. Now, coal in South Africa is like gold. South Africa has, in the last count, 136 years of coal reserves. That means if we continue with coal production, we still got 136 years. Yes, the areas where coal is extracted, Mpumalanga, the Vaal, parts of Northern Cape, etc., Eastern Cape, those are zones of high emissions. There's no doubt about it. They must move towards new kind of technologies like clean coal technologies. But should they be fully phasing out of coal or phasing down? And I think that debate is also interesting. But this is the reality we face. But what's interesting, those nations that said we need to cut our emissions, so South Africa, Indonesia, and Vietnam that are part of the just energy transition, we only collectively emit 4.4%. Yet those nations that are pushing us to end coal, collectively, the USA, Germany, UK, they are emitting 11.5%. So there's a huge contradiction. So they're saying, we're going to give you financing, loan financing that you got to pay back for you to stop coal. Yet our coal consumption continues because we call it energy security. So there's huge contradictions here and something that we need to debate as whether you're parliamentarians or civil society or academics. It's a societal debate that needs to take place. Otherwise, we may fall into all these traps with the green protectionism. There'll be little scope for development. Next slide. Okay, as I said, this is what they say. Do as I say, not as I do. Now that reminds us of the old days, of course. And I think this came from a unionist that I interviewed with us. She says, this is what they're telling us. Because as we speak with the current wars, Germany, which has the most intensive green programs, they have the Green Party and all of that. Just in the last 2 years, they have revived their coal plants. Imagine Germany, the leader of the Greens in the world, in Europe, have revived coal plants, 4 coal plants. UK, 5 or 6 coal plants have been revived. And so the G7 just energy transition, when seen in that context, becomes very colonial. And I think this is the debate that needs further elaboration on what does it mean. I'm just putting out the narratives based on the empirical evidence that's out there. Next one. Okay, View from Labour. I interviewed or engaged with labor organizations, the COSATU, NUMSA, etc. They in principle, as the union movement, are very responsible. They acknowledge climate change. So that's a good thing. Labour is saying there has to be a transition. The transition has to be just, but it has to be on the pace and development of the nation state, of nations. Where are we with energy poverty, there needs to be social housing, there needs to be industrialization, there needs to be job creation. That's their view. And their view is, in principle, we embrace the UN process, the COP process, but the whole narratives of just energy transition is very, very debatable. And this is what they're saying. They're very concerned it may lead to privatization, as you can see. That quotation comes from NUMSA and NUM. And they also believe that part of the Just Energy Transition Investment Program was pushing South Africa to privatize its utilities. So this is what the unions are saying. And if you see the policy agenda or reform agenda in South Africa, it is moving in that direction. So the electricity regulator is going to be broken up into three. There will be privatization, there will be job losses, etc., etc. So it is at an inflection point. So this is where the community and labor is at this point in time. Next one. Okay, as you can see, they are the NUM is saying, yeah, there's the great contest. We all in South Africa, we are aware there is the renewable energy program. Parts of it were successful, parts not very successful. There's a lot of debate. And as academics, we have different narratives or perspectives, but it's part of the broader national debate, whether it's going to increase the cost of electricity, whether it's going to lead to job losses. But the union research is pointing out that it is going to move into a direction they believe that will cause a lot of job losses, as well as jack up the electricity prices. Because when you privatize a utility, electricity, telecommunications, toll roads, the consumer pays more, maybe 15, 20% more. And that will constrain economic activity, especially for small businesses. If you are small businesses and you starting a manufacturing enterprise, you need stable, affordable electricity. How are you going to create jobs if the utility prices go up? Or if you need roads that have toll gates that you have to pay. So when user charges go up, it puts a brake on the economy. So this is where the unions are coming from. And they're saying, look, we need a very critical debate on these kind of loan financing agreements, etc., etc. Next one. Okay, so a lot of the criticism has come. We have what is called the Southern Center for Inequality Studies at University of Witwatersrand. They did a kind of study on the Just Energy Transition Partnership, which was very critical. So that report was released a few weeks ago, and it caused interesting debates amongst energy policy or economic policy people. What they're saying is the partnership has received criticism of the grant financing, but they believe of the total $8.5 billion to South Africa on the Just Energy Transition, only 4% was grant funding. So that is quite sobering. So it's a very much loan financing. Next one. Right. Now, of that, of the 8.5 billion, where did the money go? 10 billion was 4% stipulated for the Just Energy Plan, and which was 6.3 billion rand was dispersed in the last few years, right? And they said that the data that the Just Energy Transition Agreement was not too clear. They didn't do data sets, but the data they provided gave them enough data to write up how the money was distributed. Next one. Okay, so of the recipient of funds of the Just Energy Transition Investment Plan, South Africa only received 25%. The others went back to the north of that funding. Next slide. There we go. Of the 24%, for example, more than 3.7 billion rand, which is more than 1/3, 1.7 billion rand, went to the GIZ, the German Development Institute. And another 2 billion to the KfW, which is the German bank. So this is the model that the unions are saying. Was it really for South Africa's benefit? From the US funding, 145 million rand went to a consulting firm, Deloitte, to do work on the just transition. So it was an overseas firm. It didn't really come to South African organizations. And 58 million went to the US Department of Energy's labs, but under saying this is for South Africa, but the resources went back north. So this is where the unions are saying, we have a problem with this just energy transition. We were used as a guinea pig at the G7. They invited our president Ramaphosa. He wined and dined with the G7 leaders. He came back with a handbag and he said, I got $8.5 billion. And he was all smiles. But after that, we only had load shedding, and the crisis deepened. But after 3 years, the research is telling us another story. So this is an interesting dynamic that we're seeing playing out. Next one. When was the money spent? As you can see, 145 organizations. So 5.2 billion was dispersed. Before they went for public consultation or comment, already 5.8 billion was already dispersed. So there was no public oversight. There was no democratic oversight over these resources. And that is the South African story so far. Next slide. So many are saying at the Southern Center of Inequality Studies, it's back to the old days of the trickle-down economics, which is free market economics. Is it really relevant at this point in time? So this is, I'm merely presenting the narrative of what the labor and community sector is saying about the Just Energy and South Africa's case. And it's actually a case study that is being now shared in Global South countries and networks. And at the recent IMF and World Bank meetings, it was also discussed on if this model continues in parts of Africa, it's going to laden a lot of African countries with more debt. And so this is where the debate is coming from a critical perspective, sociological perspective, people-driven development, vis-a-vis finance. I just merely am presenting the story. So it's for you to decide on the debate. Next slide. Yeah, this is the breakdown on the sectors that the JET finance wears. 20% only electricity, 24% green hydrogen, and Mpumalanga 24% because that is the coal region, the coal province of South Africa, and other areas. So it's a very mixed bag of thing, and it wasn't done with integrated planning. It was just done with a investment lens instead of a development lens. But as I said, we in a global market economy, so finance will always have the power. But what is the countervailing power? Is the nation state strong enough? Is our communities and labor strong enough to counter this? But what does it mean for the development pathway of smaller countries? Next slide. Yeah, again, the debates of unequal donor. I mean, this story has been from the 80s already in Africa, unequal donor relations, etc., right? Yeah, as you can see, 1.2 billion of that funding was spent only on technical feasibility studies. And the development aid is a kind of industry on its own. And it has its own insiders and networks and technical people and engineers. And so did the community really benefit from the JET funding after 3 years? This research is saying no. There's another story. There's another narrative. But we have to appraise it critically and then to find solutions. And yes, we were a guinea pig of the G7. So South Africa, Vietnam, Indonesia. And if another African country goes on this path, so that's a lesson for reflection, for evaluation, for learning, so that you don't make these mistakes or you can negotiate a better deal. And that's why Southern Africa, SADC, COMESA, we got to share knowledge in the spirit of AU, etc., etc. Next one. Yeah, the report also talks about a lack of support to communities, lack of support to the labor sector. Etc., etc. So this is, the report goes on further. It's available from the Southern Center Inequality Studies, SCIS, University of Witwatersrand. So it's on their website. You can begin to download those reports, get a better picture of what's happening on the JET model case study. Next slide. Okay, so these are the points of reflection as I conclude. This is my last slide. So points of debate for not only parliamentarians, but also society, NGOs, labor, communities, people, because we believe climate justice is the core for the global south. What are the key points? That the UN still has the right to development. Nation states have the right to develop on their own pathways. And they need the policy space for industrial development. Because without industrial development, you're not going to create the jobs. You won't manage the urbanization shift. And many African countries or global south countries have burgeoning youth populations. If you don't create jobs, you don't provide jobs for the youth, you're going to have a lot of social issues. The JET model, as we can see, it's leading to a more austerity and can lead to debt. I mean, Ghana is in debt. Nigeria is in debt. Even Kenya. These are so-called economic superstars of Africa. How did they go into debt? The case study of Nigeria is a nightmare. In the last 3 months, they actually have decided, although the 8th largest oil kind of exporter, they're now importing oil because they don't have the refining capacity. They didn't invest in that. And now in fact, Nigeria, I believe, is now only the 4th largest economy. 2 years ago, it was the 2nd largest. So it's actually in a meltdown. Ghana discovered oil in 2017. For the last 6 years, it has been producing or earning a foreign exchange of oil and gas, but it had to take out an IMF loan of $3 billion last year. So why? Why are we having this? Is there proper planning at a national level? Is there integrated planning, etc.? So what kind of pathways are we going to? Resource curse, some scholars are saying resource curse 4.0 because of green minerals, critical minerals. Sarawak is doing very good work on critical minerals contestations. Again, DRC conflicts there, Sudan, Mozambique, Namibia. Are you going to go through resource conflicts, resource curse? Do you have the governance system to manage it? Do you have the kind of community participation or inclusion so that communities participate in the debate? I think it's a very important point for reflection. The debt crisis, and of course, the last one, green jobs. I think much more research should be done on new green skills for the green economy, because the future of both the 4th industrial revolution and the green industrial and the just energy transition needs new kinds of jobs, new kinds of training systems, new kinds of colleges, new kinds of technical colleges, so that the youth can be trained and be re-employed in the new economy. Labor, where there is retrenchments, especially in coal mining, how are we going to retrain labor so that they can actually have a better opportunity to earn a livelihood? Yeah, that's my last slide. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Patel. And thank you very much, presenters. We will now have reactions and reflections from the floor. And this session will be moderated by Mr. Darlington Muyamba, to ensure that we adequately capture how parliamentarians can play a role in measuring and monitoring progress towards phasing down oil, coal, and gases. Mr. Darlington, you have the floor. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much, Chair, for giving me the time to facilitate the conversation. I think since morning we have been focusing on a very critical issue around phasing down coal, oil, and gas. And I'll just try to summarize so that I remind us of some of the conversations we have had. And as I do so, also calling members to prepare their questions to the presenters that presented since morning. We started with issues around replacing, coal in the industrial sector and how difficult it is and how phasing down is very difficult for our region because of the reliance or over-reliance on it as a source of energy. We were reminded that countries like South Africa, for example, 80% of its energy is generated through coal. And this is still not sufficient, as we are also reminded that the country as it stands is not energy secure. There are still challenges, and not only in South Africa, but in other countries in the region. So phasing down then, though important in the reduction of carbon into the atmosphere to address issues of climate change, it's still very difficult given that we need the energy. So there's this dichotomy of Africa being very rich in resources, but very poor in energy, and energy being very central to its industrialization prospects. We also were reminded that although there is a talk about phasing down already, some countries are making new discoveries of oil and gas. And they are looking at this as opportunities for economies to grow. Of course, with gas, it's better because at least it's still considered a transitional fuel because of its less emissions as compared to coal. But still, the challenge is what can countries do to sustain their economies on one end, but also importantly, to phase down and reduce emissions. We were reminded also on the opportunities that exist. And I think one such was the need for us to have a market that is integrated regionally, so that we create a bigger market for what we produce as a continent or as a region. And I think this connects to our conversations from yesterday as well around critical minerals. And the issue of us having our own strategy around the infrastructure needs for the continent that allows for us to phase down. And issues around how do we involve communities? How do we ensure reskilling? I think Dr. Bosha touched a lot around that. And also the importance of a timeline, right? And working along it. What is our plan? How do we phase down? It's not just us saying we need to phase down, but we need to have a concrete plan that has steps for us to phase down and timelines and agreements. And I think this is very critical, especially for parliamentarians, because it presents an opportunity for us to play our oversight role by ensuring our governments account to the timelines, to the strategies, and to the plans that would have been developed. We were also reminded of the need for clear and well-written policies that clearly outline objectives, extent of phasing down, the timelines, and role of each party involved. And more importantly, I think the issue of energy poverty was explored, and this is a critical one for our region. How do we phase down in the context of energy poverty? But more importantly, I think our presenters also touched on the opportunities that can be created of the energy poverty, because it's a demand that needs to be met. How can we look at it from the other way around by incentivizing initiatives that save for that? And an example was given of the $15 solar panel and battery for a family that has transformed their lives. So how can we make sure that more investments are done around solar energy, around wind, and around the alternatives? I think there's a call for that. And as parliamentarians, we have a role really to play in promoting the right investments for alternatives. And then the recent conversation around the various initiatives and processes that are happening was very important, because it outlined connections with the core processes, connections with the UNECA. We were reminded even of the NEPAD, a peer review mechanism and how it can be used for us to leverage. And maybe the question around, do we need a new mechanism, in the era of critical minerals, for us to be more accountable and for us to govern better our natural resources, so that we avoid what Ashraf was calling the resource case, and resource case 4.0, which is could be real, that we have so much critical minerals which are demanded, which are needed elsewhere for the energy transition, but we might fail to leverage on it and still remain poor. The issues of green jobs, how can we create this, and what could be our mandate? And the contradiction of how resources are set, but they are not reaching where they are intended to. In fact, they are going back. I think there are conversations around that, and how we can make sure that we resource better the interventions. This is just a summary of some of the key points that came from our presenters. But with that, I will open for questions, comments from honorable members to our presenters. And then I think also then be reflective on what role can we play around this phasing down as parliamentarians in our countries, and what can we do to ensure that the phasing down is people-centered and leaves no one behind. With that, I submit and call upon for questions, comments. Thank you. I acknowledge honorable member from Zambia and Lesotho in that order. Thank you.
Thank you, Darrington. Chair, my name is Binwe Mpund from Zambia again. I think that Africa, for me, this is just a comment I'd like to make, finds itself, like they say, between a rock and a hard place in this conversation. And for me, it breaks my heart every time I'm part of such conversations, because whereas the world is busy discussing this transition, agendas, Africa itself is deficient of energy. So we are basically having to have a discussion around, compelling communities to do away with their only sources of energy. And I'll give an example. My country, Zambia, has just about 34% of our population that have access to, electricity, meaning that 56% of our people are depending on charcoal for energy. And so you are then asking our people to do away with the charcoal without having to provide, alternatives. One of the most interesting conversation we're having back in my country is carbon trading. And the West has come very heavy on enticing us to go into carbon trading. And most of our traditional leaders are being encouraged, and I think that is taking off, where most of the land is being reserved. You can't cut trees. But the question from our people is always, so what is the alternative? Okay. Transiting is not difficult. For me, the conversation must be, how can Africa leverage on its resource and transform that resource into actual cash to be able to take off. Without, or if we still continue, Chair, to go with a begging bow to the West for resources for us to do this transition, we are asking for the impossibilities. And so for me, all these initiatives like CBAM, Africa's basically just become a whipping boys, where the ones that cause the problem, who now come very heavy in, asking you to take, a faster or quicker, route away from what the problem is. So let me end, Darlington, by suggesting that for me, I feel that there seems to be a one-way traffic to addressing this problem, and that is Africa finding the means to have our own resources towards addressing this problem, because the alternatives are there. Okay, if we are to walk away from coal to drive our industries, it means that we have to invest heavily in the other alternatives of electricity. That's hydro, solar, wind, and others, and that requires substantial amount of money if we are to do that. Do we have that resource? Yes, we do have in the natural resources, but we've just failed to transform that into tangible, cash. So the one-way traffic is, how can Africa, utilize its minerals, its resources to have the money that is needed for this transition? Because if we continue to depend on the West, look at the numbers we are being given, how much of what is set aside for that transition, and just how much Africa is getting as a percentage of the whole package. So we as African countries, it's a very tricky, situation for me as a representative of the people to go and tell them, can we cut off from charcoal? When I am not able to give them an alternative, because you must go with alternatives. And I think our people are ready, but do we have the means to offer that alternatives to our people? So it's a question of how can we use these resources. The energy transition, the critical minerals, Chair, we spoke about yesterday. We are sitting on the table. I think that we can have a very beautiful conversation. My country has got copper, we've got cobalt, we've got, lithium, literally every mineral that is required in this energy transition, particularly in the manufacture of, electric vehicles. How and what conversation are we having to harness this resource, to go back to the bank, and be able to have the resources needed for us to have the alternatives for our people for the transition we're talking about? I think that's my comment, Darlington.
Thank you.
Thank you, Darlington. My name is Makatle Omotswasili from Lesotho. Let me thank our presenters from morning till now. We have just been talking about this energy transition issue. We cannot deny the effects of climate change in all aspects of our lives. The displacements, SRHR issues, extreme poverty. The topic talks about oil, gas, and coal, but we also cannot say we don't have those oil, gas, and coal in Lesotho. So we cannot be left behind. We are integral part of Republic of South Africa. We are doing trade, we have education and other health related issues that on daily basis we engage with South Africa. So Lesotho, like any other, most of SADC countries, we have agreements on migrant labor with the Republic of South Africa. Now my question is, how are the migrant laborers going to be affected by this low carbon infrastructure? Are we talking about job losses? I understand we need skills for this infrastructure to happen. Migrant laborers don't have skills, and most of them never even set foot in schools. Ms. Molesha said there will be potential challenges, yes, like job losses. Does the SADC region, does the SADC region have any solutions to this transition that is going to affect us? And I must state that low carbon infrastructure is necessary and vital. Dr. Patel, still, we are not clear what we are going to do with this dirty energy that we have, because now we are talking about clean energy. How do we close the gap of unemployment in the course of this energy transition? Skills, development, and so forth. Maybe we could say agroecology is the answer to food security, but also having people, but we don't have enough land to resort to agriculture. So it means we still have this challenge of transition. Many people will be left jobless. Families are also going to disintegrate. Now we can maybe come to what the role can be played by us as members of parliament. First of all, I believe it should be policy advocacy that explicitly address challenges and opportunities for phasing down the use of gas, oil, and coal within the climate change frameworks. 2, budget allocation. Our countries are deeply indebted, Darlington. Talking about a budget in this case, as much as it is important to talk about it, we don't know where to get the money to see to it that just this transition sees the light of the day. But what I would suggest is that maybe we should get or go for donor funding to push this agenda of to allocate funds to integrate a low carbon infrastructure. As our country does not have oil, gas, coal, and oil, emissions are not high, or you can say we don't have, or they're slightly low, but we are highly affected like other countries by climate change. So it is necessary to see to it that there's budget allocation for this transition. 3, I would say community engagement. We should engage with our local communities to understand the transition from high carbon usage, how it affects our daily lives, and the benefits to switch to lower carbon infrastructure. Just transition should be the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will take 2 more, Honorable from Namibia, Honorable from Botswana, and then just my responses, and then I'll come to you, Honorables, after the second round. Thank you.
Okay, my name is Philippus Vido Catamelo, and maybe just a genuine comment first. No, and I think I must first applaud the SADC PF for the quite enrichment of knowledge that is really been given to us. I'm sure we go here. Maybe the unfortunate time is the time factor. No, we are politicians. Some of us don't even know, but the context that we are given within the time, maybe to comprehend and get a strategy, it's also maybe something that we need to work on. But I think in terms of content, in terms of knowledge, in terms of understanding, I must applaud the entire presenters. Yesterday, the first day, second, and so, and also the setup. And through that, I was poised to say, what should I say? It's as if everything that is being told here is not new, but everything is not happening. You understand? Everything that I'm being told here There's nothing that was new, but there's nothing that is working, that is being implemented. We call each other comrades, and I was forced to finger the speech of Thabo Mbeki, you know, I'm an African. And he says there, at occasions of this magnitude, he's tempted to ask, where should he start? And he answers himself and say, we should start at the very first beginning. And in this quest, the very first beginning for me is to say, even the agenda of saying, I hear my sister saying, no, or somebody was saying dirty energy. Are we at that level? How you depend on something and you still call it dirty? Because somebody has defined that for you. And you also carry on with that definition. Now, that definition, words are very strong. Because we've classified this thing as dirty. We've classified this thing as not working for us. We need to change. Are we ready to change? We are not yet there to change, but yet whose agenda is it when we say we must change? So therefore, then we need to sit and use the African brotherhood, the comradeship and the Africanness that we have, and the SADC family that we want to pursue. And that brings us that in this quest, we have observed that there is quite significant policy inconsistencies in our countries. And with that absence of a cohesive regional and national, continental, regional, national and continental policy framework, we cannot genuinely address the aspect of facing down and promoting integration of these resources. Because we need first to discover ourselves what is it that we want. And therefore, I believe that when we need to develop a comprehensive understanding, even when we say agriculture, within agriculture, there are clusters. There was a word yesterday used by my sister from Malawi, small scale, there is the big scale, there is the communal, there is the commercial. Within that definition of agriculture, who are we referring to? What do we do with the big players? What do we do with the small players? How is everybody co-opted into viewing this? And I always use this, when I look at the cattle that have been produced in Namibia and Botswana, both countries' average population is 2 million. But me and him, we all seek EU markets with very stringent requirements that actually make it impossible for us to do business, but we pursue it. But Kinshasa, I'm informed, is a city with between 15 to 18 million inhabitants. 15 to 18 million. Once you drop that scarce commodity and create that synergy of trade between not even DRC, just Kinshasa, and the two countries, the absorbment of our most needed agricultural output is there. Why? What is it that needs to happen? So that the strength that we have, we should pursue it in the basic format before we want to do the integral ones to say. So with that, that's the question I'm actually putting to Dr. Stefani, I think. By committing these approaches and inclusive approaches, can we ensure structural approach and inclusive approaches? Structural, inclusive, and create cohesion in all facets of the mainstream dimension. This is not about just green energy. This is about the output of our education. Everybody talks now about in my country, green hydrogen. It's as if the future is somewhere, is a place that is been built for us. We must just arrive. When we arrive at green hydrogen, every problem will be solved. But the future, unfortunately, is a place we have to build. And it has to deal with the past. Now, if we could not build the past to prepare that future, What will green hydrogen solve? It will just cause more problems. The oil will cause more problems, just like in any other African country. Nigeria has got oil. Is the heaven there on earth? There's no heaven on earth. So the influence of others, and I like what Doctor said, a conflict, Dr. Patel said, conflict happens at local level. Conflict does not happen somewhere else. The fire always burns in your house or on the ground where you are. So all these things comes, they look promising, but they comes with those challenges. Are we prepared not to repeat the mistakes of others? And that's why I'm saying the structured approach and inclusive approach. Why should the US dollar be 1-18 against the rand? Why? Now we are even told they bring very vulnerable cash valuta to our countries. Imagine if the US dollar and the rand, because the rand is the common, besides Botswana, ourselves, Lesotho, I don't know, Eswati, the same. We are 1-1 to the rand. Don't know also why we use our own currency. It's just the same, 1-1. But maybe to carry identity, fine. But when you take that, I ask myself, when I became an MP 2010, I did not study economics. I studied electrical engineering. So I don't understand this. But when I see a graduate from Stellenbosch, LLB, it's been matched with the same graduate. They finish LLB at Stellenbosch or the first degree, they go to America and do their postgraduate and doctorate. So the first degree is being accepted like any other. They don't do a bridging course. So in terms of education, we are level. When you do a first degree here, you can go abroad and you can do your master's and proceed to your PhD. Now, why should, if we are sincere about addressing the plight of poverty and poverty eradication, US dollar versus the rand and any other currency in Africa, that is an unfair competition, is what my chairman said yesterday about Julius Kambarage Nyerere.
Yeah.
You know, how do you take a flyweight and a welterweight, even if boxing is the same? You don't put them in one ring.
Mm.
So you don't devalue one currency to the extent of devaluing the other. Then the economies of scale are not fair.
Mm.
So to conclude, Dr. Patel, youth unemployment. I've heard you, but what should be done? What should be done?
Mm.
And then as African countries, how are we to guard against green protection? Your data was saying Germany and I think USA are responsible for 11%, somewhere there. And then you refer to 2 countries in Africa are 4.3. Now, how is 4.3 should be responsible to reduce carbon dimension if the 11% is not even comparable to that? My contribution towards the catastrophe today is not even equal to the 2 big players.
Yeah.
So how do you say I've got an equal role in that quest? And that is where also I'm saying even the definement to classify that the other one is dirty and the other one is clean. How dirty is it for an African context if that is the only source of energy that we have? I so submit.
Thank you very much, Honorable. In respect of time, Honorable, if you might make your submission.
No, it's not that long.
Sure,
Let
please.
me just thank our presenters for the good work they've been doing and they are doing. And actually, we thank them so sincerely. 2 quick questions. You know, a lot of these issues which we are discussing here, maybe the next generation will have time to finish or to do all these things. Us here, no, we must forget. Just some of these things, they are God's case. We can argue, have meetings, researchers, everyone come with these presentations, but truly speaking, we can't manage them. For now, maybe the next generation, that one, we must be fair to ourselves. Because facing out it's a dream, or it's a something which will take time because of our coal and our oil discoveries and coal, especially like in my country. We can't do anything without that coal. It's an abundance of coal which we will use for electricity. Okay, you know, we are sovereign state. At one time, we can make laws, whether those will be in international laws, but each and every country will now focus on its sovereignty and say, no, for us, we are not yet prepared to do that. If maybe the powerhouses will come and do all those green technologies, green world in our countries with their resources, then we will be we'll be covered, and then we'll say, no, now we join you guys. Beside that, no. The other thing is that, you know, we have got researchers, and I like them, and they're doing a lot of work, especially in Southern Africa. But now we must have the monitoring mechanism tools, a group of monitoring, whereby after these things have been said, then they come and report, or we discuss with them what have been achieved after this in 2019, 2020, we have this, then what is our stages, what have been done? Because researchers are there, they come up with good things, well researched, but then from there, we just note, then there's no progress. Then we must have, I don't know how can we call it, but at least, yeah, but there must be like researchers, you know, researchers, the way they are doing their job, they present. And then they guide, they present. Then we must have those who will be coming and now monitoring and telling, especially like we are in the plenary, or we are somewhere to say, no, this issue of green technologies, this Malambo declaration, it failed because of A, B, C, D. Maybe the other country or someone who is supposed to do this didn't comply. The last one, let me not take more time, is that we are a plenary. We want to be a SADC parliamentary. What we ought to need, again, we need to invest more into research. But not as a country, because if you take my country as an example, there's nothing which we do as parliament. You find that maybe it's even 2% or 2 or 3%. But we need to invest more into research. As a region, I think that will do better for ourselves, because actually all our problems, they are the same. Because in a nutshell, we are one as Southern Africa. It's only these man-made borders. But then if we can have a common pool for researchers, and then what criteria can be used to contribute or to do whatever we can. But I think that could take us somewhere as well. Now, let me stop so far because of time. But some of the things we must just pray the living God and leave them to God. Those are God's case. But then, as long as we are alive as a generation, we'll switch on the button to the next generation. At least we'll have done our spade work. Not that we won't have done something. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable. I will cross over to our presenters. I think there are a number of issues that have been raised. Please, each and every one of you is free to tackle whatever issue that they might. And I will give you each 2 minutes to just respond quickly so that I'm able to take another round from the MPs. Please go ahead, whoever wants to start first.
Thank you. I think the question regarding the labor, migrant labor from Lesotho is a valid one. It's valid for every country in different ways. in the sense that we need the resources to develop the resources adequately to secure our countries and grow our economies. And in my view, the difference between us and what the Europeans have been doing, or let me say the West has been doing, is the integration that they have been doing. You know, in SADC, we have the Southern African Power Pool I mentioned earlier on. And Lesotho has hydropower potential. It just has remained as potential. You're getting power from South Africa in the main. When you look at Europe, however, Europe depends on France for nuclear because they are interconnected. Even if the Germany can go ahead and go as green as they want to be, they are secured. Norway has got hydropower potential. And there's integration in the system and the infrastructure is well developed. They trade power within each other. I think the answers sometimes are not necessarily in the one country. They are in a solution that involves integrating the different issues, because you'll have positives and negatives in different countries. And if you come together, you may be able to address that. What was the other question? We're doing, that's a good question. Somebody said we know all of these things. Yes, we know them, but we are supposed to have the tools as planners. You know, when Europe faced the Ukraine-Russia challenge and the gas prices went up the roof, they came together quickly and said, what do we do? Subsidizing their neighborhoods very quickly. And we think that we have no capacity to do anything. All we can do as people in the industry and in the sector is to sensitize the decision makers. But at the end of the day, decisions need to be made. Strategies need to be developed. Policies need to be developed. And it's not necessarily something that we can do ourselves. Thank you.
Give you some time. Shame he's got quite a few questions. Thank you, first of all, for all the, I mean, there are more comments and there's a lot of questions in there and it can't be solved right now, but I'm gonna start back to front with honorable member from, I think it was Botswana. Of course it will take time. Sorry, I can't see you. Of course it will take time. And to say you can't do anything without coal, the reality is, and I think I put it up there, is if we don't phase down, we will have to phase out, because realistically, and I'm speaking specifically to Botswana, you've got 70 years left of coal reserves. That's it. You're done after 70 years. So there needs to be long-term planning if you're looking at trying to keep coal. You'll have to diversify and it has to start now. Otherwise, we're going to get to a couple of years' time and see, oops, this happened. Your largest export is diamonds currently. The diamonds left in Botswana is 20 years, 20 to 25 years. That's it. That was your largest export. It's the most in terms of your GDP. Botswana has to diversify. Tourism. And this links to some people saying we might not have created the problem, but we are definitely a part of the problem, because Africa will be hit the worst. Tourism in Botswana is 13% of the GDP growth. I know it's a massive job creator in your country, but the reality is the Okavango Delta, again, will dry up in 20 to 30 years. Now, that's not a short span of time. That will be in our lifetime, and that's something we need to address. Coal, you have a little bit longer for, but it is that type of longer term thinking that has to happen in Parliament. We can't think 4 or 5 years of elections. We need to think longer term, not 20 years. We need to think 50 years in advance how we are going to diversify our energy mix. Namibia, honorable member from Namibia, I agree. The language is very interesting to watch in terms of why do we call it dirty? Why do we call it clean? There is, of course, history attached to that. And we need to find our own language, which I also agree with We have to. And it can be done, as I showed. China and India pushed back and said, let's not start calling this phased out. Let's call it phased down. It's a small change, but it made a big impact, and we need that as well. Then absolutely agree. It was said with the colleague again. Honorable member said Africanness, the SADC family, what you called it. Why aren't you sitting down and having that question? For researchers like myself, I ask that question. I'm not in parliament, but I do wonder, why aren't you sitting down talking to each other? And we can't think for ourselves. We can't just be a country. We need to be a country in Africa and think of ourselves as a collective. You mentioned green hydrogen. So nothing about green hydrogen is green, actually. The only thing green about it is the electricity that is required to generate hydrogen must come from renewable energy sources. That's it. That's what makes it green. So it's not green by any accounts. I think everybody needs to really think about green hydrogen very seriously. And we can spot this a mile away now. Looking at the colleague to my left spoke about the Just Energy Transition partnerships and the funding. If you look at those funding, the funding comes from the EU. Why? Because they wanted us to invest, and he showed the graph, to invest in green energy. South Africa had to invest in green energy. That was part of the deal, right? For own energy usage? No, for export. So they wanted to export. But then again, I don't necessarily want to, we know these countries, they came off their own agendas, but we as South Africa signed up to that. We knew we were exporting. We knew that they're not creating jobs here. Green energy is not for people with low or no skills. It's highly skilled work. Again, we have to import labor and skills and engineers. And then further, green hydrogen will displace our own people. I'm not quite sure what's happening in Namibia, but in South Africa, definitely it is displacing people. It's displacing local fisheries. And yeah, I think it's something we need to seriously consider. If we are signing a deal or accepting money, we need to have a strong state. We need to say, that's fine, we'll sign this, but then the following things we want in return. And often I don't see that from African countries, and I definitely didn't see that from South Africa regarding the JETP partnership. I'll let my colleague answer the green protectionism question, and I agree with the currency one is an interesting. It's an interesting angle, because if you look at the BRICS countries, they're constantly talking about having an alternative currency, something moving away from the dollar, and I think possibly other African countries can talk about that. Talk about the borders that are going is tricky for our people to cross. Talking about the currency. Do we need that identity, or would we rather forgo identity for this is an African currency? These are serious conversations that I think need to happen in Parliament, but it again goes to regionalism. I don't think there were many more, but I completely agree with the honourable member from Lesotho. There needs to be a serious question about what is the role of parliamentarians. How can that filter down to community and community engagement? And at the core of that is social justice, right? You're asking about the justice for the migrants. What does a low carbon transition look like? I can, however, answer just quickly about what does the low carbon transition look like in terms of health-wise. You living next to in mining communities and mining towns, your people will be healthier, right? They're not exposed to this constant pollution. They're not exposed to respiratory issues. So there you have to ask the question, do you want healthier people, or do you need to actually reskill them and move them elsewhere because they can't keep living next to mines? I think that's all. There are many things, and I do want to say thank you for all the questions. The migrant and affected by the low carbon transition, I agree, is a very interesting question. I have not thought about it, so thank you.
Thank you for those questions. Am I audible? Okay, so I think all the questions have validity in terms of finding solutions, sustainable solutions. From a colleague, honorable member from Zambia, I think you touched on a fundamental opportunity for industrialization, as articulated the UN conference on the right to development framework is enshrined. The UN COP process has the common but differential responsibilities, CDRs, and it's at the national level, at the executive parliamentary level, with the ministries and in consultation with communities, civil society, labor, etc., that can craft your national plans. So you have SADC industrialization plan, you can have a national industrialization plan. Many nations do have that. And that gives you the policy space. And you can also decarbonize at the same time. I think the real game changer would be in stuff like clean coal technologies. The technology is there, it's available, and you can mobilize the green finance for that. So you could continue to exploit and mine coal reserves, but it's a national choice to say that if you mine coal, at least 1/3 minimum should be for national energy requirements, and maybe another third for exports, etc., and another third just for industry. It's up to each nation state to begin to articulate what your kind of models should be. So you have industrialization pathways. The likes of UNECA has these, our colleagues spoke about the SA Power Pool. Those can be upgraded, but you got to keep the communities involved. And I think the debate is very elitist. We must have an economic and social justice framework. You have to involve the communities. And in this just transition, you got to involve labor. And I see the voice of labor is very silent or not incorporated. So how are you going to involve the labor unions in your countries and at SADC level? Migrant labor, the history of Southern Africa is migrant labor, particularly from Lesotho, Mozambique, or the Eastern Cape of South Africa. Mining would not succeed without migrant labor. And then finally, I would say, I like the question on trade. Why can't nations that have access agriculture not supply urban areas like the DRC or Kinshasa? That's all possible if you leverage the AFCFTA. But currently, the AFCFTA is still very much corporate driven. I think the big game changer is how do you get small and medium enterprises and agricultural cooperatives to really take advantage of the AFCFTA. My reading of AFCFTA, it's mainly large corporations, firms, multinationals, large infrastructure firms and services firms that are benefiting from AF. So AFCFTA, the idea is good. There's been a lot of hype around it. There's agreements. But if you do not empower your small and medium enterprises, how are you going to trade? What are the cross-border trade mechanisms and payment systems? So you want to get cattle from Botswana and Namibia to a big city like Lusaka or Harare, Kinshasa. What is the processes that goes in there? The health regulations, the trade, the payment. I think it's a big game changer. But we haven't yet looked at AFCFTA in the Southern African context. And we're lagging behind. East Africa is way ahead of us in terms of regional trade. Yes, monitoring and evaluation, youth unemployment is the big issue. we must monitor and evaluate policies. We should form a learning network or a community of practice among scholars, researchers that could feed into parliaments as well as the UN system. Those are all possible. And absolutely, the youth unemployment and reskilling is a huge opportunity and a huge challenge at the same time. If you don't get that right, you're going to have lots of social issues, or let's say social breakdown, because youth is both a force for an engine for development, but also an engine for destruction. And if you don't find the balance of youth reskilling, retraining, and into productive activities and investment, I think that is the number one challenge we're going to face as urban Africa is the new phenomena. And urbanizing Africa is the huge shift over the next generation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I had promised Honorable from Seychelles, and then Honorable from Tanzania, and lastly from Namibia and Eswatini. But Honorables, please, because, and Zimbabwe. So in that order, Seychelles, Tanzania, Namibia, Eswatini, Zimbabwe, and lastly Angola. Honorable members, I'm appealing with you to be as brief. If you can speak in under 2 minutes, I will appreciate so that we are able to still be on time. Thank you. Honorable, you can go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning to all colleagues. Good afternoon to all. Thank you. Well, I am listening to all the deliberations. I have not really heard anything about small island states like Seychelles, which depend entirely on practically on importation of these materials, these goods. And for example, tourism is the one that drives our economy. With climate change now, people are considering whether to really install solar panels or not, because of we used to have rain all year round, but now, sun all year round, but now with rainy seasons are coming more often. So we are stuck, and the solar panels are still very, very expensive. And then I want to ask you a question. How sincere do you think the global north is to let Africa off the hook to really develop their resources and become independent, self-sufficient in going green? Because we know the global north used to get the raw materials from Africa. Okay, so how sincere do you think they will let Africa off the hook? Because all I've been hearing, don't get me wrong, is as if there's traps everywhere in these things that have been said. So how sincere do you think they are? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think many of what I was supposed to say, they have spoken with the previous speakers, but to agree with other speakers that are discussing about this topic for now in Africa, like it's like premature, it's very advanced because most of our people, they don't have access to this power, especially electricity. So saying that we needed to move from what we call debt to clean energy, I think it is very premature topic in our region context. For example, in Tanzania, most people they're using charcoal to cook their food. Stopping them using charcoal, I don't think if it's appropriate solution for Africa. For my advice is to find solutions that fit our African context instead of copying what developed nation they're doing. What I would advise because people they are using charcoal, and we know that using charcoal deplete our forests, attract climate change impact. So we can come up with a solution like encouraging or planting the short-term growing trees that can use the special to make it charcoal, instead of telling people that they have to move from charcoal, because those alternative energy is very expensive, especially for our people, I mean, for our local and poor community to afford it. Let me give example. In Tanzania, we do have gas, and people they're encouraged to use gas instead of charcoal, but the cost implication of gas is very expensive. Like in Tanzania, the first time acquire gas facility to be used at home is very expensive. People they have to spend more than $50 to acquire cylinder, stove, and to fill the gas for the first time. So this is very expensive for those poor community to afford. So we should now discuss how can we reduce those costs so that our community can be able to use this alternative energy. Lastly, I had a presentation yesterday. I'm not sure if that doctor, she's still available, but he mentioned that there was a fund from 2000, I don't know, to 2010 that it was supposed to be used to move from those fossil energy to clean energy, but unfortunately only 2% of those funds came to Africa. So my worry is those people, they know that we have a problem. Those people, they know that we also they want us to shift from those what they call dead energy to clean energy. Maybe because of our incapacity, our government, they didn't ask or they didn't request for that fund, but they know that we need that fund. Why didn't they distribute equally to all nations? That if there is this fund, they should distribute to every nation, that every nation could use that fund for to shift. We don't have funding, we don't have resources to shift from those they call debt to clean energy, and there was availability for those, and they say that we didn't ask for it. So that is my opinion. So if there is those opportunity, maybe they will provide us with experts in our nation, maybe in Ministry of Energy, so that whenever there is an opportunity or fund globally, we should have someone who can allocate those funds, who can assist our government to ask for those funds, instead of saying, no, your country, they have not applied for those funds. So those are my point. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Just a reminder of the 2 minutes. I'll help you. I will raise my pen if the 2 minutes is up. Thank you.
Thank you so much, moderator. It's Vincent Marega from Namibia. Thank you so much, SADC BF, for have been inviting me to this platform, where it was really a real opener. Africa is, as I've said in the first comment, the first day, in a real danger with all the issues that was raised here. But how can Africa then mitigate? We have got the resources like the lithiums and so forth that are now needed for the new life on energy, no more fossil fueled driven energy. So Africa is still going to allow the global north, who does not have much of these minerals, to play big boy, because we are the ones that are allowing this. And I think we are here as members of parliament of SADC countries We must take a stance so that if law is absent, then we must make sure that it's present.
I think
That is what we must do. We also reduce ourselves ever since to the stage of begging. Yeah, good. Emitters must pay as Penel did. But we must also start to work out ways as to how we are going to benefit our respective countries from these natural resources that are so needed by the global north. We are playing small booty, small brother whenever these people comes to us, approach us with their plans, and they still dictate. So that must also change, and that will only change if we have a common stance as a united front. SADC and all the regional bodies together of the African Union. That's one. We are referring to Namibia as a green hydrogen. Yeah, they are pumping in money, global north, to their benefit because they need the green hydrogen. Namibia will not, within the next how many years, even make use of green hydrogen itself. So there we are also again being used by the north. Another issue that was raised here is solar is the way to go in Africa, but we are in fact not even managing to produce the solar equipment. We are only assemblers of the solar. We have got good researchers. Who is not listening to? Is it the governance who does not listen to our advisors, the researchers? Because I think we have got good and strong people, and it's high time that we start to listen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable.
Sorry. Before moving away, nuclear energy, as it was mentioned here, South Africa has got a plant. How can it be utilized? If it is also the way to go, because it was not extensively discussed. And then they mentioned about Mosselbaai and Durban refinery. How can it be strengthened because of the newly found oil in Namibia, Angolan oil, and etc. to benefit Africa to add value? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable from Eswatini. Yeah, under 2 minutes.
I will try. Thank you so very much to SADC PF. Mine will be, how would we address the issue of CEPA, Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, since we are told implementation at 2025, which is next year. How do we sensitize the member states? As we have heard, there are new discovery. My colleague next to me, Botswana, has got vast mineral resources like coal. What is going to happen to all those minerals? The second one, the issue of research and monitoring and evaluation. I think it is very fundamental. Hence, we need to put good policies across the region that will propel or compel member states to comply. That is my submission. On another note, one speaker touched in the issue of youth unemployment. It's a thorn in one's flesh, especially in the Southern Africa. Swaziland, I can attest to that. It is a problem. So one speaker once said, they are a silent bomb. One day they will erupt. So as member state, we really need to do something very urgent. Last one, I will go to the presenter, Dr. Energy poverty. Yes, I do. I was a little bit puzzled when she was presenting, making that slide, energy poverty. My country, we are sitting at 80% rural electrification. Yes, there are still those places which are not electrified at the moment. But when she said it causes physical health, high prevalence, mental health, those respiratory problems, where does the study come from? Because you can attest to me. We from probably most of us were from rural areas, not from urban areas. We know the life that we were living before. So if a proven research can be given to us, oh, we are being mentally colonized, I don't know. That's my submission. I thank you, Chair.
Right. Honorable from Zimbabwe.
Thank you, moderator. I just want to appreciate the presenters for the insightful presentations which they've done, and we have learned a lot from the researches which they've presented. But me coming from a country which is under sanctions, for the past 20 years we've been under sanctions, and I've been just asking myself to say, in terms of accessing the climate change finance, which other countries have accessed, like South Africa, they've benefited from the EU. And also I'm just trying to think that as a body, as a region, how best can we organize ourselves so that we also benefit, because we are sitting here as a body, but one of our members is benefiting. So the level field is not what? Is not fair, it's not leveled. Then also, I was just looking at the carbon trade mechanism system, which is going to be operational in 2025. Then I was just asking, as member states, how prepared are we? And also us being under sanctions already, we are also going to be affected. And what then means is, in terms of trade, our region is going to be what? Is going to be barred from what? From trade, because of these carbon taxes, which is going to be levied against us. So I submit. Thank you.
Thank you. And lastly, Angola.
Muito obrigado. Eu saúdo todos os presentes e, como também saúdo todos os preletores que desenvolveram temas tão importantes que fazem hoje o dia a dia do século XXI. Consideramos que as várias preocupações que os outros colegas colocaram são importantes quanto às dificuldades que a nossa África e nossos estados atravessam, mas sem desencorajar esses debates, do nosso lado, esperamos que comecemos a falar desses problemas reais, mas temos de partir do princípio de que temos de ir tão longe quanto possível, mas tão devagar quanto aconselha a prudência, porque nós conhecemos a nossa própria realidade. Um dos elementos principais que temos de ter em consideração é que há elementos que os governos por si só, ou os estados por si só, não conseguem sozinhos resolverem. Tem de haver estruturas intergovernamentais que possam ajudar os estados a ultrapassarem tais situações. Para esses efeitos, afinal, ainda o elemento fundamental é a integração regional. Afinal, o elemento essencial ainda aqui é trabalharmos para que o fórum parlamentar da SADC se transforme em parlamento da SADC, para que com este parlamento da SADC e outras instituições intergovernamentais a serem constituídas, consigamos direcionar aquilo que são os problemas concretos que nós estamos a viver aqui. Todos sabemos o que é a União Europeia hoje. Começou do problema do aço e do carvão. Criaram estruturas que fizeram com que hoje a União Europeia atingisse o nível que atingiu hoje. Também é muito importante que nós aqui na SADC comecemos em questões que sabemos que são comuns para todos os estados e imediatamente criarmos instituições que possam concretizar esses elementos comuns para a nossa realização enquanto estrutura regional. Para isto, estou a pedir que, e como essa reunião antecede a 55ª Assembleia Plenária, a nossa comissão saísse também com uma resolução que pudesse apelar cada vez mais para que o parlamento da SADC saísse. Vamos só ver, entre nós mesmos que estamos aqui, temos ainda membros que nem aderiram, nem assinaram ainda o protocolo para a adesão ao parlamento. Se ainda entre nós nem a isso conseguimos, como é que vamos a problemas mais complexos como estes? Dali o nosso pedido para que aproveitássemos a ocasião para que isso fosse uma realidade. Termino a agradecer a presidência da nossa comissão, que pude num dia como hoje felicitar-me e também receber o carinho de todos os colegas que estão aqui, e porque é nesta ocasião, num dia como hoje, há 53 anos, que nós surgimos para podermos também participar. Muito obrigado pelo vosso carinho e esperamos que ao completar os meus 54 anos, até lá tenhamos um parlamento da SADC. Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. I'm going to do this. Suggest our panelist picks a few questions and just responds in a minute. I think there was a question around for small island countries like Seychelles, what could be done, and how sincere is the global north? Can I kindly, Madam Ruse, give you those to pick those two questions? And the issue of SEPA and access to finance for countries like Zimbabwe, which have been under sanctions. Can I give you my colleague Ashraf to tackle that? And Dr. Bushra, the issue of energy poverty and an explanation on that. So under a minute, colleagues, please, we are out of time. Thank you.
Sorry, my questions were related to one. Say again.
The issues of small island countries.
Okay.
How can they be involved in this conversation? And then the sincerity of the global north to making Africa, going green. Are they sincere, really?
I'll start with that one. When it comes to policy, when it comes to economies, when it comes to geopolitics, you can't say another entity is sincere or not. They are driven by their interests, which means that you yourself need to identify your interests and be driven by them in return. And I think where we lack is that cohesive integration of interests in Southern Africa. And therefore, if you don't have a plan, any plan, anybody can push you anywhere. I don't think there's sincerity because the global north is developing the same resources we're talking about. They're developing gas, but when it comes to South Africa, we're not supposed to develop ours because we'll have stranded assets, but they don't have stranded assets. When it comes to consulting communities in the Northern Cape talking about fracking, we're saying that that technology is dangerous, but it's not dangerous in the US. It's gaining the money. And we consult. It's another issue, the issue I could go into with respect to how we consult with communities, who we are when we consult as communities, who funds us, and what is the agenda. That's another whole topic altogether. There's no sincerity, no. With respect to island countries, it's a difficult one, but I think that there are lessons from Mauritius in terms of how they've gone about in terms of adaptation from a climate change point of view, as well as the choice of resources that they have. Obviously, they have 100% electrification as a country, but they also are using coal as part of their mix. So a country, in my view, I won't say what's the answer, but I'll say a country needs to assess the resources that they have and need to assess what the prudent solution is for that country. And that is the way that they should go, rather than to copy. That's my view. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go on to Dr. Bushra.
Yeah, I think I've got a shorter question on Honorable Member Eswatini. Energy poverty, it's for the last 50, 60, 70 years. Studies have been done on energy poverty. It's documented by almost every single health faculty, health journal about what the effects are. And I understand it's difficult to be confronted with the fact that actually paraffin gas, candles, wood, they all have a knock-on effect. And that knock-on effect is on people using them. And that's not to say we blame people for using them. Of course, that's what people use. But that's where when I was talking about awareness and the campaigns need to come in to say there needs to be a behavioral change, and it needs to come from government to say, you're not at fault for using this, but can we think about this differently, and how can we approach this? And it is latching on to Namibia's question, saying, well, when companies want to invest, they come in, you say, okay, I hear what you're saying. I want you to give us solar. That's what I want from you. And in return, you can build a factory here and then employ my people. That's a way to leverage it and to actually say, as she was saying, they're coming in, they're not sincere, but we can push back. And that's also going on to Tanzania and say, listen, we hear you. We'll give you a little bit of what we want, but then here is our paper. We demand these things and we need a list, and that needs to be created for every single country here and for Africa as a continent regionally.
Thank you. Obviously, it's Zimbabwe is a complicated situation, and it would need a kind of regional approach to find the solutions. It's quite tragic. I just saw the news on the starvations, the El Nino effect. There's a climate emergency, and then definitely there should be a kind of ending of sanctions because it has not achieved its objectives. So there needs a new paradigm, and I think all should participate in finding the solutions. So there's a scope for everyone to act in unison to find a common solution, because it's not fair that there is these mechanisms when there is a climate emergencies, but it's the politicians and the parliamentarians should sit together with the donors and find common solutions. There are alternative mechanisms, payment mechanisms emerging with the fintechs, etc. All these are the new world of technology, of new opportunities. And also we must create what I would call new social impact entrepreneurs. The green economy has a lot of scope for new social impact entrepreneurs. And they must act in unison with the national. So you have national policies on energy, but the real action will take place with the entrepreneurs. And we need to give them the technical support, the incubation, the funding, so they can scale. Also get green technologies scaling in the communities to address the unemployment as well. So there can be win-win solutions, but it needs coordination. What does it stand for? CBAM.
CBAM. Yeah, sorry, CBAM. Sorry, yes.
Oh, CBAM. Okay.
Yeah.
I think are we all in alignment? The world is fracturing. Absolutely. There's trade wars, China versus US, Europe somewhere, not sure where they are in the world, but everyone is moving towards a protectionism. Now, I think we need more research on the AFCFTA. It's continental, but in my view, how are the region, like Southern Africa, using AFCFTA at the regional level? And there's a huge gap. I think SADC is way behind, especially compared to COMESA. We're way behind on trade. and interconnectivity and all and migration. So SADC needs to do further research on AFCFTA for the region.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much, Chair, for being kind to give us, without asking, an extra more minutes. I will, but before I take back the time to Chair, because I think this is the last time we'll speak as Southern Africa Resource Watch, I just wanted to thank you so much, SADC PF, for partnering, and to also thank the members of Parliament for engaging on the issues. We are excited to continue this collaboration. We want to establish some champions around critical minerals and phasing down from parliamentarians. So those that are really particularly interested in these issues, I'm still around. Come, let's engage. I'll be happy to have your names as part of those champions that we can work with moving forward. And on behalf of SARWA, we are very excited for the potential of that partnership. And we agree it's not enough what we covered here today. We need to continuously engage and find other opportunities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Darlington. You have done such a wonderful job, and I wish to also assure Honorable Domingos to say that your birthday wish has been taken in consideration, and I will also advise the Secretary General that your wish is by the 54th, you should see the regional parliament in play. Our honorable members, having come this far, we have only got one item left. So as being the chair for the people by the people, I believe that would have to ask what would be the consensus within the House. That before we break for lunch break, we can as well have the concluding remarks and also the next item, which is the election of the chairpersons, because I've come to my end of my term. I've done my 2 years. And then so that once we go out for lunch, then we can have a free afternoon so that we can just go for good. But if it pleases the members, we can break for lunch now and come back around 2:30. And we proceed with the elections, or we can say, let's do the elections because they won't take much time. And then we break for. So the choice is yours, honorable members. I don't know which one do we take. Should we proceed now? I see a nod from Zimbabwe, a secondment from Tanzania. Mozambique, should we proceed? Honorable Manuel. I see the Kingdom of Eswatini, Madagascar. All right, thank you very much, honorable members. So having come this far, I'll just give my concluding remarks, and then I shall be exiting the place, and I'll invite Mr. Manzi to proceed with the elections. Honorable members, we have now come to the end of our meeting. I wish to sincerely thank you, honorable members, for your enthusiastic engagement throughout our deliberations. I also wish to express my gratitude to the Secretary General and the entire SADC PF Secretariat for their tireless efforts in facilitating the convening of these meetings. Special thanks should also go to our esteemed resource persons for their invaluable contributions and dedication in sharing their expertise on the themes explored during our sessions. I would like to extend our immense gratitude to the Southern African Resource Watch and the Partnership for Social Accountability and Oversight for their pivotal role in facilitating our in-person engagement. As we draw this meeting to a close, I am filled with profound gratitude for the enriched discussions and insights shared over the past 3 days. Our deliberations have covered a wide spectrum of critical issues, ranging from the integration of sexual and reproductive health and rights into climate change policies to deep reflection on the SADC Region Agriculture Investment Plan and the exploration of opportunities for energy transition and sustainable development. Throughout our sessions, we have had the privilege of hearing from esteemed experts and stakeholders who have generously shared their knowledge and perspectives on these complex challenges. From discussions on the role of parliaments in championing inclusive strategies for vulnerable populations to the establishment of Parliamentary Alliance for Food Security and Nutrition in Southern Africa. We have explored innovative approaches to tackle the pressing issues facing our region. The insights gleaned from the expert presentations and deliberations have laid a solid foundation for crafting meaningful recommendations and action plans that will guide our collective efforts in the months and years ahead. By enhancing the power of collaboration and collective action, we can drive positive change and advance the well-being of our communities. I extend my sincere appreciation to all participants for their active engagement and vulnerable contributions to our discussions. Your dedication and commitment to the shared goal of promoting sustainable development and addressing the challenges of our time are truly commendable. As we adjourn this meeting, let us carry forward the spirit of collaboration and determination that define our deliberations. With these few remarks, it is my honor and privilege to declare the meeting officially closed, not yet until the elections. I thank you, honorable members, for your kind attention. We now move on to the next segment on our program, which is the election of the Food, Agriculture, and Natural Resources Chairperson and Vice Chairpersons for the 2024-2026. For this segment, I'll hand over to Mr. Joseph Manzi, the Director of Programs and Parliamentary Business, who will facilitate the election process. Thank you very much, and I beg to move on, honorable members.
Thank you so much, the outgoing chairperson, Honorable Bonani. Now I think you are a part of the benches who have left now this chair. I think now paving way for the new chair who is to come after this process. Honorable members, as introduced by the outgoing chairperson, my name is Joseph Manzi. I am the director of programs and the parliamentary business. I will facilitate the election process, and I will be called the returning officer for this exercise. Honorable members, I'm sure that you received the procedural guide that is going to guide us on this process. So I will just quickly be grossing over some of the relevant provisions for the election process. Before we proceed with the election process, I will ask the committee secretary to confirm, because the process that you are going to undertake now, it is a very crucial one, and it can only proceed if we have the quorum. I am aware that yesterday the quorum was announced, that was available, was present, but now at this specific point in time, we need to re-establish if the quorum is present. So I will ask the committee secretary just to confirm that the members, the country that are supposed to be in this committee, we have members not less than 8 countries, because that's the quorum. If we have got less than 8, then the process will not proceed. Over to you, committee secretary.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Director. I can confirm the presence of Angola, Botswana, Eswatini, Lesotho, Madagascar by proxy, Mozambique, Namibia, Tanzania, Zambia online, Zimbabwe, Seychelles, and Malawi. So we have constituted a quorum.
Thank you so much for that confirmation. Therefore, honorable members, we will proceed with the elections, having received a confirmation from the committee secretary. Project, okay. As I said, I'll gloss over the procedural guide on elections. 1.0 is simply about introduction, reminding us that the elections for standing committees and the RWPC are held every 2 years. Now, the chair, who is outgoing today, was elected into office in May 2022. Therefore, by now, he has clocked, or the leadership that was there has clocked now 2 years. So that's about 1.0. And that this guide that I'm going through will also project or provide the list of countries or member parliaments that are eligible for election on both the chairperson and on the vice chairperson. 2.0 is about reminding honorable members or refreshing their memories in terms of the rules of procedure that govern the election. So it's rule number 39 of the rules of procedure states that each committee shall elect a chair and the vice chairperson. And the chairperson, as you are aware, honorable members of a standing committee, has the duty to preside over all meetings of the committee. And in the absence of the chair and the vice, the vice takes over that responsibility. But in the absence of both the chair and the vice chair, the committee is required to agree and designate another member just to chair the proceedings of the meeting for that particular time in an interim basis. 3.0, honorable members, is about reminding honorable members the provision in terms of the rotational principle. If you go to Article 15, 3 of the Constitution of the Forum, it provides the principle of rotation. And it says, and I'll quote, members of the standing committees holding the position of the chairperson or vice chairperson shall retire by rotation, meaning that a member parliament with members serving in the position of the chairperson and the vice chairperson of the standing committee shall not be eligible for a re-election to the positions in the immediate subsequent term. So that provision is very, very important before we proceed with the election process. The other provision is about RWPC, which I will not bother to read for now because it's not applicable for the standing committee. I will say, furthermore, rule number 43, 2F and G of the rules of procedure, which govern the positions of the SADC PF president and vice president, is also applicable to standing committees and the RWPC by practice. Consequently, a national parliament that has previously held the position of the committee chairperson cannot be re-elected to the position until the rotation cycle is completed. And similarly, a national parliament that has previously held the vice chairperson position for the standing committee is ineligible for election to that position until the rotation cycle is completed. The other principle, very, very important and crucial, is about the gender. Rule number 38, 5 of the rules of procedure, it provides for gender balance in the election of the chairperson and the vice chairperson of the standing committees. And it says, and I quote, as far as it is practically possible, gender consideration shall be, the word is shall be taken into account when deciding the chairpersonship of the committee. Where the chairperson of a committee is a woman, the vice chairperson shall be a man, and vice versa. I will now outline the procedure for nomination, voting, and then declaration of the results. The procedure for nomination of candidates for the position of the chairperson and the vice chairperson is as follows. Number 1, the returning officer, who in this case is myself, will invite nominations from each of the 2 positions. And each nomination must be seconded. It must be seconded. Each nominee may be given, it's a may be given up to 3 minutes just to present their manifesto before election. If only one candidate is received or one nomination is received, then that candidate shall be declared duly elected. In the event that there's more than one, then we proceed with the election. Then at that time, I will also explain the procedure on how you are going to vote, honorable members. But we should take into account that one country has got one vote. That should be also be borne in mind. Number 4, to ensure gender balance, if the chair, I think that one was already clarified during that gender balance should be always be taken into account. Upon the announcement of the duly elected vice chairperson, he or she will have the opportunity to deliver the acceptance speech. Then the elected chairperson will assume the chair. I will invite that elected person to come over here. Yeah, then to deliver the acceptance speech and thereafter officially close the meeting. You recall the outgoing chairperson did mention that he was delivering the closing remarks to make sure that the resource persons and the rest, they are thanked, and also that was his outgoing kind of, remarks. But the incoming chair will have to deliver the acceptance speech and then officially close this meeting. Honorable Chair, having gone that far, I don't know where it has gone now. I have lost it now. I have lost it. Sorry, Chair. I think I touched on a wrong button. Doesn't say use it.
We are already in the family.
Okay. Okay. No. Yeah. So the next is a schedule outlining how the leadership of this committee has happened from 2014 up to date. So I think you saw that. Now I'll quickly go to the schedule table, the table that depicts eligibility as we are speaking now. For the position of the chairperson, There's Angola, Botswana, Eswatini, Lesotho, Madagascar, Mozambique, Namibia, Seychelles, and Zambia. That those who are eligible to be voted into the office of the chairperson. For the vice chairperson, Angola, Botswana, DRC, Eswatini, Madagascar, Malawi, Mozambique, Seychelles, South Africa, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. Sorry, I think there's an amendment there for Malawi. I think has been wrongly placed. So we take off Malawi on the eligibility for the. No. Okay. No, yes, okay. Yeah, so I will repeat on the eligibility for the member states on the position of the vice. So Angola, Botswana, DRC, Eswatini, Madagascar, Mozambique, Seychelles, South Africa, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. Honorable members, is there any question, comment before I call for nominations for the position of the chair? It appears it's very clear. Can I have now nomination on the position of the chairperson? We have one honorable member, substantive member is online, I think from Zambia. I hope you are getting me, honorable member, online. I just wanted to confirm that you are there. The honorable member from Zambia. I hope she is getting us. Yes, we have. Yes, we have Mozambique. Are you proposing a nomination? Mozambique?
Zambia is present.
Okay.
No, Senor.
Thank you so much. That Zambia now you are there. Thank you so much. Mozambique.
Sim, obrigado pela permissão da palavra. Moçambique não estaria em condições de entrar nesta disputa, porque, como sabem, Moçambique tem eleições ainda este ano. Seria prematuro nós podermos nos candidatar. Muito obrigado.
Thank you so much, Mozambique. Honorable members, Mozambique has counted itself out, even though they are eligible. So take into account when you are pushing for nominations. Can I have nominations now? As I did mention that I am aware that we also have observers attending this meeting. So the ones on this process that are eligible, both to make nominations and also to vote, are the substantive members. That has been made very clear. So we know, like Zimbabwe, there is a substantive member who is the honorable. Yeah. So in this process, you are the one who can make, you can speak on this matter and also vote on this matter. Okay. Yeah. Equally, Tanzania, you have more than one members. So who is substantive?
What is he saying?
Okay. Botswana.
I'm voting Namibia.
You are nominating.
Sorry, yes.
You are
because I'm going
nominating.
to election next month, so I'm now used to go and vote.
Okay.
In my country, primary and both.
Okay, so Botswana is nominating Namibia.
Okay.
And I have a seconder.
Yes.
Angola apoia Namíbia nessa candidatura.
Okay. So I should take that seconder is Angola. Okay. seconded by Angola. So we take the name of the Namibia to be a candidate for chairperson. Can we have further nominations, even though we have not asked Namibia? We are free to accept your nomination or not. Namibia, is it okay?
Yes, I accept the nomination.
Thank you so much. Further nominations, if there are any?
Yes, there are.
Hello, is that Zambia?
It is South Africa.
South Africa now is
Oh,
online.
I'm on virtuals. I am on virtual platform. I'm not a physical attendance.
Okay, the secretary had omitted you during credentials because I think they had no information. But anyway, who is that? Are you? Can we the name?
My name is my last name is Mohai. My first name is Seiso.
So it means we have to check. We have to check. You confirm with the member?
Yes.
Oh, okay. No, that's fine. South Africa. So you are pushing for a nomination?
I really want to second the nomination of Namibia.
Okay,
and just for record to say one was a little bit, there was technical glitches, but I also want to appreciate the role of the outgoing chairperson that has really marshaled our committee all the way. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, honorable member, for that. Do we have further nominations apart from the nomination of Namibia?
Is he called?
Do we have further nomination or where we only have one candidate? Yes. Honorable members, I am not getting any further. Zambia, do you want to get the floor?
Are we still on
chairperson nomination
on
on
chairperson? Okay, that's okay. I go for Namibia as well.
Okay.
Mhm.
Mozambique, you want to say something?
Não, simplesmente apoiar Namíbia também.
Okay. Honorable members, I can see that Namibia is being supported unanimously. Thank you so much, honorable members. Then we proceed with the election for the vice chair. Now the rule of gender comes in. I have noted that Namibia is represented by a male parliamentarian. So, according to the list or information that the Secretariat has, the female MPs in this committee with Lesotho is represented by female MP. And yes.
When we look at the positions of the eligibility,
yes,
I think there's a mistake. Lesotho should be eligible. And yet on the vice president, it's ineligible, but on the chairperson is eligible. So I was thinking that there's a mistake. Lesotho is supposed to be on the other side, and Malawi is nominating Lesotho.
Vice chairperson in this period.
Challenge that we may have the principle of rotation. I think that's where perhaps Lesotho is not there. If you look at the schedule, they were holding the vice chair chairpersonship in 2020, 2022. So it's because of that criteria, that's why they're there. Yeah. So in this case, the female MPs that are remaining in this case is Zambia. So can I have somebody to nominate officially?
I'm not available. I'm sorry, I'm not available.
Yeah, so in this case, Zambia is the only country that is eligible. If we are not taking it up, it means we'll leave the position blank.
Okay, then.
Yes, we cannot proceed.
All right.
Yeah.
I will take it. Thank you.
But we need a formal nomination so that we have our records complete. Who nominates Zambia? I can see Malawi. Can you speak?
Yes, we do nominate Zambia.
Okay. Zambia nomination is done by Malawi. Seconder?
Zimbabwe.
Zimbabwe is seconding. So, honorable members, it means in this case you have the full leadership. Can I have Zambia just to deliver the acceptance speech officially before I invite the chairperson to come over? Zambia.
Thank you, moderator. I don't know if that's what
The
I should
returning
call you.
officer.
Returning officer. Mm. Well, I just want to thank you all honorable colleagues for putting your trust in me. This is a very big task. I didn't expect, to be put in the box. But, since I'm there, I ask you to help me with my duties, encourage me when, I'm, kind of discouraged and feel, like I'm below par, during my tenure of office. Correct me where I go wrong and encourage me when I feel discouraged. Once more, I thank you.
Thank you so much, Zambia, as the incoming vice chairperson for your acceptance speech. Honorable members, before I invite the newly elected chairperson, it is my sincere thanks that I presided over the election process for this committee today. It was a pleasure. I really thank you so much for that. I enjoyed it because I think I had the full cooperation from the honorable members on this process. Honorable members, it is now my single honor to invite the newly elected chairperson, Namibia, to come over here and take over the position. Honorable.
First and foremost, thank you very much. Why I kissed it, they say the beauty of a woman can only be admired by a man. If you don't admire the beauty of a woman, then you fall in another category. But if you fall in this category, you don't feel offended. Even if it's not yours, you at least do your job. I'm delighted, elevated, and particularly thankful. It has been a journey that I've enjoyed. Outgoing chair, we've come together, we've served this committee. Most profoundly, I don't promise anything. I don't want to walk in front of you, I may not lead. I don't want you to walk behind me, I may not follow. I want us to walk side by side. The duty entrusted to us, the African values that we owe to our ancestors. We go and see at pictures of Kwame Nkrumah, Muse Kambarage Nyerere, and all the Pan-Africans. And there's one thing that need to strike us. We are not as united as those guys were. We are not as privileged as those guys were. Imagine somebody in 1957 saying, Ghana's independence means nothing if the entire Africa is not liberated. Imagine people who died for us, Namibia. Namibia is the last colony of Africa. We serve Angola, the Angolans who died for our blood. There are Mozambicans who died for our independence. But what is the unity that we can nurture as a sign for the next generation? We look up to those ones, and I think they've done their part. There's nobody that is perfect in this world. Even Jesus Christ, when he came, he was crucified and he was called names by the people he came to liberate. So there is not a perfect human being, but we can all be special, creating those lasting memories. My brother from Botswana will withhold his nomination if I speak long. Kabwika kabecho kya leboga ki itumetse.
Thank you.
Okay. I don't know. I was complaining about her voice now. I thought you will also go with the outgoing chairman so that I get somebody else, but it means the positions that change are these ones of politics. These other ones, they remain stable. Yeah, I'm requested that at the end, we must just move together in front of the hotel just for a group photo. And this is the end. I thank you.
Thank you, incoming chair. I will miss the opportunity for a group photo.